Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Happy Veterans Day. Sorry, I'm a bit late. You know, it was just one of those days. I could not roll out of bed. I think the weather is getting to me. I'm not feeling well, just so, but that's okay. We're gonna push through. We're gonna push through. I'm going to hydrate here. We're gonna get it together. So I'm okay with that. Okay with that. Okay. So I want to give a shout out to all the veterans out there. It is Veterans Day in the United States, where we honor those that have served in the military, those that in the past, and those who are in the present. Always a veteran. I salute you. I appreciate all the service that you have done. I myself was also a military veteran for quite a number of years. I have served, so I know where you have been in that endeavor. Okay, so I hope all is well today, and that it's going to be a great day for you. Hopefully, you're not working today if you're here, but you never know. We all have our different plights out there, so if you're having to work today. Um, I hope that it goes quickly and that you are able to, you know, push through and get it done as quick as possible, make some money and get out and call it a day. Because, yeah, I feel your pain. I was lucky to be off today, so I'm happy about that. I work tomorrow and the whole rest of the week. So that was what my week is about. So I hope all is well with you. Let's see. Hello, Kendra. How are you doing? Excuse me. Yo, I think this weather change is just getting to me. I think my body knew that it was coming, the weather, because it is freezing outside. Okay. I woke up and my bedroom was just absolutely freezing. But I've been having allergy issues for, I don't know, about a week now. Just, congestion, all that good stuff. Anyway, but I did clean my dirty, dusty house yesterday, top to bottom. Me and the husband were very busy bees, which I am thankful. We were able to get it done. It was a chore enlisting his aid, but we got it done. But I think that's also kind of part of this madness too. So, but that's okay. Anyway, Kendra says, "Good morning. I'm a little disappointed in the Goodreads Choice Awards, mostly because I can't vote in most categories." I have been hearing a lot about the Goodreads Choice Awards, and I cannot say that I voted this year. I voted the last 2 years. I do believe last year, I can't remember what it was, the one book that I wanted to win did win. Tell me some good titles. I have been hearing a lot about These Vicious Oaths or something by Davenport. It is on my list. I put it on hold at the library. Very popular book. I think I have like a 12-week wait, so not expecting that anytime soon. But I hear it's awesome. Hopefully, no cliffs. I don't know. I haven't looked up any others to really know what is playing. So, or what people chose. Let's see. Goodreads Choice Awards. Okay. Well, here we go. Is it going to list it very easily? Okay, here we go. Easy to find. TJ Klum. I don't believe I have read any TJ Klum, but I have heard great things about TJ Klum. Okay. The women. Why does that sound familiar? No, I'm thinking of Good Women. I haven't read that. Um, Rolling through. Well, this is 2024. Stop. This is what is this? As a 25. Out, or are these just of the contenders? I think guess it's just a list of contenders, right? I see Onyx Storm, Deep End, Sunrise of the Reaping, Atmospheric Catabasis, which I keep hearing about, Emily Wild, King of Envy, Bury Your Bones, and The Midnight Soil. I keep hearing about that. I've never read any V. Schwab. Enchantress. I'm just scrolling through the list. Shout out any that y'all, have any personal knowledge of that you think I should take a look at. Rebecca Ross is on the list. I guess it helps if you're a Goodreads author because that's what all of these people are. I don't know what gets you into that category. I'm just scrolling through. I don't think I read any of these. Oh, here we go. Vote. Oh, well, you're still in the voting phase. Okay. I was thinking that it came out. I was like, that's kind of early. Okay. Didn't somebody say something about the oath, the vicious oath? I just remember because I love the cover of the book. It's very pretty, but I don't see. Excuse me. I listed on here. Oh, all right. These are just predictions. All right. Well, I don't want to spend too much time kind of going through each and every one of those. But let me know if there's any that stand out for you that maybe you think I should take a look. Let me know if there are any BIPOC authors, especially that I should really, kind of take a look at as well. Hello, Sky. How are you doing, lovely? What's going on today? Let me know. Oh, by the way, Kendra, how come you can't vote in most categories? Let me know. Today's laundry day, and I'm reading The Possession of Alba Diaz. I have never heard of that. Is that a ghost story? How is that? Oh my God. Every time I pick up my phone, there's something new on there. What is it? The Possession. If I can spell it right, y'all. Possession. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Crap. You know how you type in one thing and it looks like it's going towards that, and then it stops, and you already click. Possession of Alba. There we go. Isabel Cañas. Well, I like the cover. It is set in 1765 Zacatecas. Am I saying that right? I'm probably wrong. As Zacatecas, it follows Jessica. Telling y'all, let me get some water, y'all. I just literally rolled out of bed. I was late and I had put some. I had some technical difficulties getting on here, but I'm tired. But I'm gonna still work out. I think I just haven't woken up yet. Okay, set in 1765, Zacatecas. It follows Alba Diaz as she is possessed by a demon after fleeing a plague and taking refuge in her fiance's family's isolated mine. The story explores themes of patriarchy, colonialism, and autonomy as Alba, with the help of her fiance's cousin Elias, battles the possession and the secrets of her past. Wow. Okay, she's hallucinations, sleepwalking, convulsions. Well, that is definitely very interesting. Okay. Is that scary? That sounds kind of scary. Sounds like it will make a very good movie. I love a good possession story, not gonna lie. A super nerdy church girl. I like that name. I would like to recommend mine. Okay, let us know. Ruth's Awakening, Love in the Moon. Okay, let's see. Ruth's Awakening. I'm sorry, y'all, for the sniffling. Why did I just get out of here? For the sniffling and stuff, because, just a lot going on here. Awakening. Where is all our warm weather? Okay, I would like to know. Love in the Moon. Why is that not coming up? In the Moon. There we go. All right. So, Felicia Malone. Hey, Felicia. How you doing? That's pretty cool. Nice cover. Guarantee my library doesn't have that. They'd be behind. Oh, it just came out this year too. I don't know what the time frame is for like submissions for Goodreads and all that stuff, but award ceremonies are nice because it highlights authors, just like artists in different genres, music and movies and stuff too. But it is so biased, and we all know that. Okay, a lot of times you have to pay fees to get into certain organizations to even be considered nominated, and it doesn't normally represent like a good portion of like populations and stuff like that. But I take them into account, but I don't put a lot of stock behind it. But I know that when authors and stuff are trying to, get clout and things like that, those awards kind of doesn't matter. So I get it on that one. But anyway, let's look at Felicia's story, okay? Michelle Hope felt duped by God. Her dream love, the man she prayed for, had become a waking nightmare. How could she ever believe in love again? An exploration begins to find the faith she lost when her heart shattered. Can Michelle let go of the past to fly to the moon where possibilities are endless? That sounds fun. Is that the fan? That's not fantasy, I'm assuming. Very beautiful, Felicia, by the way. Love your photo. It's a romance, African American romance. Girl, it'd be nice if we didn't have these shattered hearts, okay? We would be in a whole nother ball game. I'm going to screenshot. There we go. And put that in my folder and I'll take a look at it. Okay. I'm always looking for good recommendations. This folder of things I find interesting is so huge. Chip. Every once in a while, something comes off that list. Hi, Elena. How are you doing? You are here now. I appreciate it. What have you been up to lately? Voting just started today. Okay, well, that makes sense. I've been hearing a lot more talk like in the last 2-3 days about Goodreads, Choice Awards. So I have Goodreads. I don't go on Goodreads a lot. I use mainly Storygraphs. I don't know if there's a Storygraph Awards, but I don't know. Maybe I'll go in there and vote. But most of the time, I haven't read most of the books to make a really good judgment about what to vote for. So it's kind of like, so whatever. Elena says hello to Sky. And Sky is getting ready for an out-of-town appointment and hoping to read while I wait. That is always a good time, okay? That makes the waiting process so much better. I had a doctor's appointment. I waited for like 45 minutes in the room for. Very piss poor. And I'm glad I had my book and made the time go so much quicker because I didn't realize till I looked later at my clock. I was like, these darn people had me waiting a long friggin' time, okay? Yeah, always take your book, y'all. Always. I have learned that. Kendra says, I didn't read enough 2025 releases. Yeah, me too. I'm not necessarily a newbie girl because I'm a library girl. And, some things come through and some things don't, so it is what it is. I could vote for mystery, thriller, and romance because I liked one book in each. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. That's normally what I would do if I do go vote. I'm like, did I know any? And then I just kind of pick a pretty cover or something after the others. But I feel like it's so skewed. I don't like having a skewed opinion. So it's like, if I choose one book that I liked or that I knew, then some of those other ones may actually be better. But just because my familiarity with one book allows me to choose that one book doesn't mean it was like the best, you know what I'm saying? So I choose to just probably not. I'll probably take a look. We got times. When does the category close for voting? So maybe I'll take a look at it, but I don't know. Hello, faithful. How are you doing? Pop it in to say hi and tickle the like button. Much appreciated. Hope all is well with Courtney in the chat. Chat, how are y'all doing? How are y'all doing today on this Veterans Day? Okay. I already told you how I'm doing. I'm a bit under the weather, but I'm gonna doctor this up because I've been off the last few days. as many of y'all may know, because I've been around. But I'm about to work, so I won't be around as much. Uh, I think I do have a sprint on Thursday during the day for NetGalley. Speaking of, okay, NetGalley November is this month. If y'all are not aware, if you see any of these nice green placards 24/7 a day, thumbnails, that is NetGalley November, where we're reading arcs. You don't have to, the goal is to read arcs, but and from NetGalley, but if you don't have NetGalley, just read any of the arcs. And if you don't have arcs, then read your other books. To me, I'm personally interest person, dibbling, dabbling, throw them in a bowl and cut them out. So good time there, but it's a concentrated effort. This is not an official NetGalley sprint. However, I am one of the co-hosts. Okay, so show some love to the NetGalley 24/7. You will be seeing the sprints going on. Make sure you watch videos in and around that. But NetGalley is going on this month, so good time for that one. Speaking of readathons, I'm attempting to put it together, y'all. My readathon for January, which is Boot Camp Readathon, very fitting for Veterans Day to talk about. I'm in the beginning stages. I keep it very simple. Your girl doesn't have a lot of time. I'm going to keep it simple. A boot camp readathon is a readathon I like to put on. This will be the third iteration of it. It is normally in January. Last year I was moving, so I did not have time to put it on in January. So it actually just happened in, was it July? June, I think. So it was late, so it seems like we just had it. However, January is coming around at its rightful time, so I'm going to go ahead and put it together. Okay, it'll be a smaller, condensed version. I'm trying to kind of hone in on kind of what I want to do with it. However, if you're interested in being a co-host, if you are around, you do live shows, it's not going to be a whole lot of requirements, but if you're interested, message me on IG. I'm always looking for some cool people that can maybe cut it out to be a co-host for it. Okay, so let me know. You don't have to be, very fitness oriented or anything. It's just a readathon that focuses on, some fitness, wellness, taking care of yourself, and, getting yourself moving in whatever fashion that is for you, because everybody has a different idea of or different capabilities. And of course, we are combining that all with reading, because, why wouldn't you, right? So anyway, that's my spiel. I'll be bringing that up a few times, but just to let you know, January is around the corner. I'm doing some preliminary planning now. So let me know if you'd like to be a part of it, especially if you're a new booktuber. I'd love to get some new people, in the mix there, okay? Sky says hi to Elena and to Faithful Duo. And Kiana, lovely lady, how are you doing today? Up and about, okay? How's the weather there? I don't know if the whole country is going through this whole cold front thing. If it hasn't hit California. Here in Florida, it's trash. It's cold, but luckily it's going to be heating up. So I'm just going to bear through it, okay? That's what I'm going to do, okay? First sprint, I plan to move around and exercise. Hopefully, that's the plan. I would love to just sit and have some tea. I think I'm going to just do a shorter workout. I'm going to do, instead of my 45, do a 30. So I can say I got moving. And stuff though. I do have on this is not an official Army shirt, but I think it's cool. I bought it on the internet. An official, non-official military pattern shirt. I like it. So that's that. All right, y'all, let's get to this first sprint, okay? Make sure y'all check in. There's a lot of people sprinting, especially for NetGalley November. I just rolled out of bed. I couldn't tell you who's sprinting right now. Not going to lie. Not going to be false. I know Kelly at Cursed Dragon Ship. She's an author. She is sprinting now. I check in with her almost every morning. So That's another sprint to take a look at. And, make sure you come on back here in an hour. Okay. Now, if you are new to my channel, then you will see that we have a race going on here. Okay. We're going to keep it. I don't know what the theme today is, but right now it's job because it's nice to have a job. In the military, everybody has a job. Okay. So here we go. Here we have 4 jobs. 1 through 4. Let me know who you believe will be the ultimate winner in this particular race. So we have, what is number 1? Number 1 is, I didn't know what that is. Is that a scuba diver underneath? Like those, what do they call them? Those underwater welder people? I'm not sure. It looks like one of those water protection helmets. I don't know what the belt is, and there's a flag. So if anyone knows, let me know what number 1's profession is. I'm gonna just say a underwater worker. Don't know. Number 2 looks like a pickle that plays baseball. Okay. Number 3 is a squash that does construction. And number 4 is a baker. Huh. Well, I love to eat. Okay. So I'm gonna go with number 4. Can't go wrong with that. So let me know who you think will be the winner, who you're going to throw your support around in this crazy world. It is freezing in this room, y'all. Freezing. Kendra's going to go with number 4 with the squash doing construction. That works. Squash that building. Nah, that didn't make sense. That's okay. That's okay. I'll be better. I promise y'all. I promise I'll be better after working out and after this sprint. We shall see. Okay. Feel like my brain's not working properly, but we're gonna get it together. Okay. I need my nose to work, my body to work, my brain to work, and I think maybe a cup of tea will help me out. Okay. All right, we're gonna get into this first sprint. Okay. Y'all stay lovely and cool, and I will see you back here in an hour. Happy reading. And there is the construction worker. Okay. Well, there we have a winner. We have the squash construction worker just going with the nail gun. Winner, 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 chicken dinner. Okay, so how's everybody's sprint on that one? Let me know what you did. How did that go? And all that jazz. Let's see, what did I do for sprint? So I worked out. Still a mess, but I worked out. I feel a little bit rejuvenated. So happy about that. Might not get loopy, loopy, super loopy Courtney anymore. But worked out. What else did I do? I worked out. I was going to make a phone call and then I didn't, but I worked out. I hydrated. I suggest you do the same. Get some hydration in there. There we go. And I have some tea. So that is my sprint. Actually just got the tea, so have not gotten fully into that, but that was the sprints. My legs, I feel like definitely fully needed that workout, so I'm not mad at that at all. Definitely needed. I feel like I could probably still use a little bit more stretching, but we're gonna let this go for where we're at, okay? But that was my sprint. So, I did some sprint hopping too. Kelly at Cursed Dragon Ship, riding sprints early in the morning every day during the week. So I patroned her and went over there for a few. And then also Book Dreamers Alley, that's Miss Anna, for Net Galley November is currently sprinting. So her and Paula are on screen. So I went over there. Actually, they're muted on my phone right now. And so I went over there. So, and then I watched a few YouTube videos. So, supporting some booktube. So very busy sprint on that one. Okay. Kendra went for number 3 and you won. You won, Miss Lady. Okay. Your squash that was doing construction. A-okay. Faithful went to number 4. Yeah, our banker person did not win. I chose that too. Faithful said hi to Sky and Kiana. Yeah. Hello, Miss Mary. How are you doing today? Welcome. Welcome to the fold. What are you up to today? What is everybody reading, though? What is everybody who is celebrating Veterans Day? Now, what I mean by Veterans Day celebration is not necessarily, hey, I'm saluting a veteran, which I will say call and text, any veterans in your life. We have a little message chain for my husband's family, and his father has also served in the military. So we had that little chain going on too. Hopefully it doesn't continue. With my husband's family, these little memes and stuff can go on for days. I'm like, take me out of this chain, okay? But I was also on that, so busy sprint. But anyway, celebration, I mean, as in if you're doing anything veteran, military related, or just being off, celebrating and just not going to work, and using this as a good excuse to just be off. So let me know if you're in the U.S., if you're celebrating Veterans Day and what you're doing for it, okay? Mary took number 1 and did not win as well. I didn't either. Kiana says it's 64 degrees in California now and supposed to be in the 80s later on. See, I'm not mad at that at all. I will take that for the win, okay? As y'all know, I moved to Florida. Yeah. So, I'm happy with the weather here versus what I would be having in Jersey. So my complaints here are very short-lived. I'm trying not to be just a spoiled brat. It's nice to wear t-shirts or, in December and take walks. You know what I'm saying? It's 70-degree weather. I think it's a blessing. Okay. That's probably why the politics is trash and they don't pay people a lot of money, but that's a whole nother story. Yeah, it's cold here today. I think it's like the 40s, maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the temperature. My husband came in from walk with the dog and was saying, it's not good out. Don't go out. I don't recommend it. That's all he said. I was surprised he was gone as long as he was. Let's see what the temperature is. But I do need to get out because I have to go to the library. And 49 degrees. 49 degrees. Let's see what the weather will be going up to today. 49 to me is not bad. 49, it looks like the high is 56. So I will take that, and no rain on the docket. One good thing about here is that generally when the weather is crappy, it's not long. So just wait it out. That's what I did. I always think that's a good thing when the weather has promise. So I have no complaints about that at all. So people want to message me. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry. It's always something. That's why you have to keep the messages or keep the phone down because you get inundated with things. Okay. I have some important phone calls I have to make. So I need to stay off the phone. Otherwise, I'll get sidetracked. Anyway, what was I saying? Text messaging. Oh, weather. Yes. So the weather can definitely be a challenge, but I don't want to be spoiled because it's nice to have the nice weather. But in Florida, it's just like Texas. I'm originally from Texas. You heat up, it starts out cold and it will heat up throughout the day. So what I did, since we have a big window that faces a lot of light, so on really cold days and the sun is shining bright, I not open the window, but I open the blinds. It's like a 3-sectional blind, and I open the main one, and that kind of lets that heat to permeate the house, and you can feel a difference. Now all of these side rooms we have, like my bedroom and the other ones, are freezing. I try to keep those doors closed except for my bedroom door. But like the room I'm in now is an extra room, and it's kind of chilly in here, not gonna lie. But I keep this door closed, and the other room is definitely freezing. So we don't need that smoke because the coldness from those rooms that you're just heating just to heat because nobody's in them, the house AC is seeping into that to heat a room that will never properly heat because this house has just bad pathways for ventilation. So I'm not trying to heat up all these different areas. It's just not really worth it. So main area it is. So I can be a little chill. But the weather's heating up. I can already feel it. So it looks prettier than it than it is, and I'm okay with that. I'm gonna stay inside, and when I go out, maybe I'll take a walk later if it heats up enough. But 49, 50 is not too bad. It's not staying that way, so it's all right. It's okay. But I like the 80s. Kiana says hello to Faithful and Mary. And Ren says, hello, everyone. Getting work done and listening to The Memory Hunters by Mia Tsai. I hope you're enjoying The Memory Hunters. That sounds like something I have been hearing about lately. It sounds very familiar. Let's see. The Memory Hunters. Come on. The Memory Hunters. Hunty. Okay. By Mia Tsai. A researcher who can access ancestral memories and her bodyguard as they uncover a secret about the founding of their society, which has devastating consequences. First book in the Consecrated series and blends science fiction, fantasy, and romance. Explorers who has the right to control and preserve a culture's history. Ooh, that is very poignant. Okay. Who has a right to control a culture's history? Ooh. That's very interesting. Okay. That very interesting. I'm just thinking of my ancestral history, and That sounds like some government control stuff that's going to be in there that's going to put some very interesting concepts on the table. Okay, good luck with that one. I don't know if that's something I would want to read or not because it would piss me off so bad. But I bet you that has a very, very interesting thought processes and insights for you. I hope you enjoy that. Okay. That's one of the books you sit with for a little bit. It's not one of those books you read and just move on. You got to sit with it for a day or two. You know what I'm saying? Elena said Forbes was going to win. Yeah, I wish, right? That's what I thought too. I'm drinking this green tea as part of my green tea buffet I got a really cool box of green tea. And I don't know. I'm almost green teed out. I like them. I don't know too many other avid in-person tea drinkers. I wish I did because I would love to share. I had some other teas I tried to share with a friend, and she's not a huge tea drinker, so I left back with most of the tea I tried to give her. Some of these I like and some I don't, but it's nice to pass on to other people that may also share that because I hate to waste. I may have to put the green tea down for a bit. I'm not a huge lover of green tea to begin with. It's one of those things that green tea is supposed to be good for you and has a lot of antioxidants. So that's the reason why I drink it, but I'm not a huge fan. Plus, most green tea I come in contact with is caffeinated, and I'm not a huge fan of caffeinated teas. And these are all caffeinated, so I think I'm going to stretch them out. Glenda, hello. Happy Veterans Day to you and all the veterans, past and present. Good day, evening for everyone. Thank you very much, Miss Lady. Thank you very much. Much appreciated, okay? Make sure y'all salute the veterans in your life. And I just realized, y'all, I'm actually having my Army mug here. Isn't that cute? I love it. It says they're strong, then there's Army strong. As you know, I did serve in the Army. You know what's very funny, though, as well, is that I was thrift shopping with a friend of mine the other day. And we went to, I forgot what it's called, thrift store. But anyway, they actually had a mug like this. It looked brand new. Maybe somebody retired or bought it or whatever and just decided to donate it. But it was in great shape. So I picked it up because this mug is not in that great shape. It's not, I mean, it's still functional. It's still functional. I had to throw my other Army mug away. But this one, there's a little crack in the bottom there, but it's not like dire needs. And I think around the sides is pretty good. Maybe a little, no, that one's good there too. Just faded. But the other one's like pristine and perfect. Just a tad, budget cuts. You know how they make everything just a tad bit smaller, after, the first time. So I did note it was a tad bit smaller, but the exact same mug, just in better condition. Snatch that bad boy up, okay? And my friend had a 50% off coupon. Y'all, okay? I was loving that, okay? Some of these thrift stores be out of control. I'm not a huge shopper, but when I'm with other people, like I like shopping for food, but other things, not so much. But when I'm with other people, I can get down, I go and play the game. Sometimes I buy things, sometimes I don't, but I just enjoy my time and hanging with, my friends. So when she was like, hey, I want to go thrifting, you want to come with me? Yeah, sure, why not, And I actually bought something, so that was good. I bought 2 dresses, a skirt, and a mug. And I got another mug for a friend of mine that I thought was cute. And I got a pot because I needed a pot. Still need a cookie sheet, but still. So, it was a good haul. And it was a nice, expensive pot, too. I was shocked I was there. But you can find some good deals secondhand, y'all. As a person that tends not to like to throw things away, I mean, I will if I need to, but I don't really like to throw things that are functional away. I'm very big into donating. So, give some. It's like give a book, take a book, right? Why not? Some things you don't want to take a book and you shouldn't give a book to. You know what I'm saying? Some things need to be thrown away. If it's junk, it's junk. I don't believe in donating junk. Okay. Kiana says, I'm going to take a nap. I tap the like button. Now I'll catch everyone later. Thank you very much for coming by, Miss Lady. Enjoy that day off. Enjoy it. Maybe get some reading done, have some time to yourself. Okay. Enjoy it, enjoy it, enjoy it. Rit says, finished my book and gave it 3.7 stars. Okay. I like that. You're like almost at that 4. Almost. It was like, nah, fam. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed your book. Hopefully, you have some good things to think about it in the end when you're kind of detoxing that for yourself later on. Sometimes you just have that time frame where you got to just sit with it. And I lose my comments. Okay. Yeah. Don't relate it too much to real life, girl. You will have a conniption in your head. But yeah, that's very interesting. I think that if you had government control or even private I would say even if it's a private company, I guarantee you the government would get involved. We're talking about the what was your book? The Mind Readers? Hold on, let me go back. The Memory Hunters by Mia Tsai was Ren's book. I would think even if it's an entity under private control, the government would definitely get involved. That sounds like something the government would want to be involved in and head up, definitely think that they would get involved in that. Definitely you won't be remembering some stuff. Anyway, I'm just rambling, y'all. It's one of those days. I do feel better. For those of y'all that were here before the first spreads, I hadn't had tea, I hadn't had exercise, and I definitely hadn't hydrated. So feeling better. We'll eat and shower on the next sprint, okay? That is the family, y'all. The text message chain has begun. Hello, Chris. How are you doing? Hey, so if y'all are into gaming, or even if you are not into gaming, okay, this dude right here, Chris, is amazing. I call you Chris all the time. Verify with me that that's your name. You haven't corrected me. I think it's right, but I'm brain loopy. It's early in the morning, right? But Chris does gaming. I think it's Sims. Okay, I spent like 2 hours last night. Like I was diamond painting and listening, kind of lurking, but I piped up every now and then. Of him putting together this awesome world with these kids going on vacation, moms hating the kids, just a fun time, okay? But he does gaming, where you can, just sit and watch, okay? I was telling my husband that because he was like, nobody would want to sit and watch me play a game. I'm like, there's plenty of people. Because he does. He sits there and watches people play games. He's into more Call of Duty and zombies and stuff. But Chris put together this whole world, and it was a good time just watching it come together. And, all the people in the chats commenting and helping them put it together. So if you're not a gamer, but you want to help a gamer, good relaxed time. It was fun. Sometimes he reads as well. So go ahead and take a look at this channel. Just giving you a shout out there. Hey, Lachette, how are you doing today? What's going on? I don't think I have heard from you since right before your birthday. How was the cold spell? How's New York doing for you? Let us know. Sorry, the allergies. I got to blow my nose. Hold on a sec. And we're back. Okay. Battling a little chilliness over here, y'all. Some allergies. I don't think I'm sick. At least I'm not going to tell myself that, but I don't believe I'm sick. I think it's just allergies, just a bunch of nose blowing. I'm fine other than that. So I'm going to keep hydrating. Okay. So bear with me. Lachette says, happy Veterans Day, Courtney, and thank you for your service. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I'm drinking out of my Army mug today. Not that I don't do this every day, but I'm drinking out of my Army mug today and going to celebrate a nice low-key Veterans Day. I have to go out to the library and, put these books. They're not open, but I have books that are due tomorrow and I'm working. So I'm going to go ahead and put them in the slot and maybe get some food because, What's funny is I probably still have to cook because I don't have anything cooked for work tomorrow. But when I go out, I tend to splurge, spend some money in the economy, so probably get some food or something as I return my books. And then I'm going to take my butt home because it's too cold to be out in these streets. Okay. Okay. I commend y'all if y'all are out there. Hopefully, y'all having the day off. But if not, then, if you're in the chats here, I believe you're in someplace warm. If not, put on a coat. Okay. Put on a coat. Put on some earmuffs if you need to and a nice scarf, okay? Hello, lovely Mel. How are you doing today? What is going on with you today? What are you reading? Still making my way through The Devils by Joe Abercrombie. Why can I speak? Abercrombie. How is The Devil? I don't know anything about The Devil, so let's take a look at that. By the way, y'all, I finished The Scammer by Tiffany D. Jackson. I don't know if y'all were aware I was reading that. It was awesome. If you are into I was gonna say Black academia, but it's not really academia. It's an academic institution, but not really. But still, if you are into Tiffany D. Jackson, if you know Tiffany D. Jackson, then you know you're in the know. Okay, that she's a good time. Okay, so it was good. If you were on the fence about that great book, don't be on the fence. Just pick it up. Okay, it was a good time. Tell of revenge, manipulation, conspiracies. It was a good time. Okay, I need to get some more Tiffany D. Jackson in my life. Okay, I read The Weight of Blood last month, and then I picked this one up. Libby came through quick, y'all, and it did not disappoint. Okay, did not disappoint. Let's see. The Devils is a 2025 grim dark fantasy. What exactly is that? Is that like dark, gritty, like grim, sad, dark? Like, what does grim dark mean? But it's a grim dark fantasy. And first in a trilogy. Oh my gosh. Okay, I might have to stop there. But I know, Mel, you like series, okay? It's about a disgraced monk who must lead a team of outlaws, including a cursed knight, a pirate, a werewolf, and a vampire. That's a big cast. On a mission to escort a former thief to the throne of Troy. The story is set in an alternate history Europe where classical cities never fell and magic is a powerful, deadly force. Okay. And he's escorting Alex, who is across dangerous Europe to claim her throne. Ooh, we're kind of trying to put a female on the throne. Okay. Bloodthirsty elves and rival princess. That sounds very interesting. Okay. Okay, here we go. Grimdark fantasy. Grimdark is a subgenre, generally morally ambiguous characters, brutal violence, and cynical view of the world. Cynical. No, not cynical. I like morally great characters. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Generally, they're in like my dark romance, but I like a good dark gray character. Like, okay, this is wrong, fool. Out of the control. You know what I really would like though? I would like it if, like, in these morally great characters, like romance, okay, it fits more in what I'm thinking in my head. I feel like it would be nice if these people, generally it's a dark, like morally gray guy, okay, or morally dark or whatever guy, and then the female falls for whatever. I really wish they would put up a little bit of a fight. Like, I like a little challenge in a book. Like, okay, yeah, he's hot. He told you some off the wall craziness, and you're like, oh, yeah, okay. I wish you would fight it a little bit and have him wear it down. I'm not afraid of a trigger or 10 in a book. Okay, I know that's not always the case with everyone, but there is a book for everyone. So I'm not ashamed of saying that I like, crazy books like that. But I wish they would put up more of a fight, because it says romance, so they're gonna get together. But let's have like two or three of them, like where they're fighting it, and you don't know who in the end is going to be chosen, or the fact that she didn't like that in the beginning, and he wore her down, not like any crazy like, he kidnapped her or something. Although I have read those books where he did kidnap her and wore her down, but she was pretty much in the beginning ripe for the taking. I'm talking about she really put up a fight. Things like that, okay? Or have it the other way around. Let's have the guy be that submissive person, and you have this woman that's like, dude, you're going to submit to my will whether you like it or not. But this doesn't sound like this type of book. This doesn't sound kind of like those cheesy, I will say, Kindle Unlimited type fantasy romances, okay? And I don't mean that in a bad way, because like I said, there's a book for everybody and I like them all. But this sounds probably more put together as an epic fantasy. So hopefully you're enjoying it. Let me know if that is a standalone and how many books or how many pages are in that book. And by the way, when I say standalone, I mean as in, I know it's part of a trilogy, but can you read it on its own from what you know? Because I know you said you're still reading it. Can you read it on its own and like the next book, like you don't, like no cliffhanger. I'm satisfied with the first book. You know what I'm saying? Mel says, my allergies have been acting up all day too. Maybe it's something in the air, but weather changes always just affect differently. So it could be that. But I did clean my dirty house yesterday. I got into all the little crevices, the ones you don't see very often, okay? In the house. If that's on your body, you should be taking care of that on a regular basis. However, this was the home. So we moved some stuff, it was scary. Under the couch, I'm not gonna lie, it was very scary. I didn't know what to expect, so I made sure we put the vacuum hose under there first before we moved it, because I didn't need any surprises. So for the most part, it was a bunch of dust, but nice clean home. Pine Sol is your friend. Make sure you use it and use it often, okay? So good, clean house, and I'm happy with what we have accomplished. And it wasn't me alone. My husband was up for the challenge, so kudos to you, boo-boo. Much enjoyment, okay? Get them folks involved in your house, y'all. Don't do it yourself. Hello, Olivia. How are you doing, lovely lady? Say hello to everybody. I'm going to update my journals. That's important, lady. That is important. Make sure y'all are doing that. Make sure you're doing your online reviews. I have a few of those I got to do myself, okay? Olivia says hi to Mel. Rit says, I've got the scammer on my end of the year TBR, thinking my next book will be Our Vicious Oath by N.E. Davenport. So the scammer, definitely push that up. It was a good time. Recommend. Vicious Oaths is on my list. Okay, I'm on the hold pattern. Let's see how long Libby got for me. I need to return the scammer today. It says a few people are on hold for it, but you know what? I got it. As long as I need to. I think I got 14 more days. I'm not going to keep it. It says 5 people are waiting, but it's doing 14 days. But I'm done with it, okay? This is a scammer in case y'all don't remember right there. But yeah, I'm going to return that today. I just have to log in with Kindle to return it. But I'm done with it. I was happy. You know me, I don't play around when I'm trying to read, okay? Let's see. I have 7 weeks. I have 7 weeks for Our Vicious Oaths for the regular book and 10 weeks for the audio. So we'll see what comes through first. But that is definitely on my list. I'm looking forward to it. Should be a fun time on that one, okay? Mel says, it's pretty good so far. Very punchy and vulgar humor. I'm not mad at that sometimes. I've definitely laughed out loud a few times. It's starting to get slightly repetitive, but I'm still enjoying it. Okay. It sounds like it'll be a fun book, probably more serious than some of the other ones, unless I'm completely off. But sounds like a good time. Let me know if that's going to end in like a cliff, though. That's where I kind of lose track. There's so many really good books that I want to read, but I feel like in this age of everybody trying to hold your attention and have multiple books in the series and not telling you up front that, hey, this could be read as a standalone or that there's a cliffhanger. I have taken so many books off the list, and it takes me a while to settle on. Like, this is mostly with fantasy. I feel like I have to do so much research before reading a book because I have been so upset. Last year was bad. Okay. So that's what really made me think like I got to do research when somebody says a book sounds really cool because I like all the books to be out. I'm not trying to wait around and I might not have access as a library person to some of these sequels, and it sucks to not get an end of the story, like Five Broken Blades, Heaven Breaker, um what's the other book that I read, that Vampire Huntress book. I read two in those and still it goes on, but I was at least satisfied after the second book, but the first book left in a cliffhanger. I'm so upset. Um, there's a book that I wanted to read, Warrior Princess Assassin. I heard that ends on a cliffhanger. I came up with Living for that, and then I took it off because I'm like, okay, I'm not. But you have to do a lot of research sometimes to figure if something's in a cliffhanger because people be lying and it doesn't state that up front. Okay, so yeah, pisses me off. Mel says the scammers was on my whole list. Girl, it was good. It was so good. I was yelling a few times. Okay. I was like, what the? Yes, I had to put it down. Sometimes when a book pisses me off, I gotta put it down. But also when a book gets to a good part or when it resonates with me well, I gotta put it down. I gotta go talk to my husband about it. I gotta take a walk. I think sometimes it's just extending out the book a little bit for me because I'm like, like I got to the last 20 pages and I took like a few hours break and read another book, probably because I needed to, but also I was like, I don't want it to end. But yes, very good book, very good books with some twists I didn't see coming. Okay. Grimdark is gritty, bloody, and dark. One of my favorite subgenres of fantasies. I don't think I've read enough of those. I've read like dark romances, but like gritty, dark, bloody, all that stuff. Not so much. Not so much, and I'm not mad at that, like real abject, like horribleness. I read books with fight scenes, but not where it's like all the way through. So that would be interesting. Um, Bill says hello to Ren. Ren says, has anyone voted in the Goodreads Awards that came out today? I have not. I keep hearing about it, but I have not. I'm going to take a look at it. I don't know necessarily. I don't know. I'll take a look at it. I would like to see what they have to see if maybe there's some recommendations of something that I may want to read. But I feel like they tend to nominate, like based off what I just saw, just a general quick list. It's a lot of some of the same people, the Emily Henrys of the world that I don't really read, things like that. But I'm always good for a good recommendation. But once again, we have to look at, is this a series? Because, they tend to like look at people that, hey, were you here before? Is this part of the next series? Time for the allergy pill too today, y'all. But definitely take a look at it. When does that end, by the way? When do they come out? Ren says hello, Mel. Glenda says hello, Mel, as well. I've given up on voting on the awards, to be honest. The same books by the same. I was just saying that. Exactly. Yes. But you know what? I had a whole spiel that I said earlier about award shows, just in general, books, music, television, movies. A lot of the times you have to be part of an organization, like an Academy Award, right? Or a Grammy. They don't just pick random people for that. Okay. Oh, you got a good album, because there's a lot of people with a good album. What they do is you have to be part of this organization that I think you pay for, or however they do it. I don't know the details. And then you get picked from that, like, and then there's a committee that decides, So, these people have been on there for a minute. And if you look behind the names, it'll say a Goodreads author. Now, what that means, I don't know. Probably been around a minute or won something or whatever. But, it is what it is. I think authors that aren't always picked and aren't always on the list, they kind of know what the deal, they probably would want to be on the list, but it's not like the end all because you already know it's kind of famous, So get your book out there, have people read it, and that's more important, Mel says, hey to Glenda. Oh, I get it. That's okay. Award shows. Hey, Paula, how are you doing? I saw you over there with Miss Anna. How's it going? Just popping in to show the like button, some love. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I still have, thank you. No, actually, I don't have y'all muted on my phone because I was looking at something, but I'll be popping back over there doing the chatty bits here. Mary said, Ren, I looked at it. I've only read 8 total. That's probably more than I have read. I like to go on there and look to see, have I read any of these books? And most of the time, it may be 1 or 2. I think the first year was literally 1 in all the categories. And then the next year I looked at it, I think it was like 3. So we shall see. Are they nominating any Tiffany D. Jacksons of the world on those lists? If they would, I would probably be looking at it a whole lot more. So let's see. Ren says, it's definitely a popularity contest, Mel. I either vote for my favorite book, if I've read any, or I vote for any book by a POC author, since I know a bunch of people do content around those awards. So I wonder how they pick them. So I try to boost recognition for those books to at least make it to the top 10 and read them in my own time. Cheers. I agree with you on that one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how they picked them. It's definitely a committee. How it goes, I don't know. It's good to see it, but it's not something that I really care so much about. I wonder if Storygraph is going to, though, create some sort of awards for them. That would be curious. Mary, I read a similar amount. Yep, there we go. 8 books is pretty good on that list. With all the books, out there. I try to read books that I don't necessarily have everybody reading. Like, I don't mind reading popular books if it appeals to me. But I also like to center on books that I don't really hear a whole lot about. So, when I'm in circles and in sprints, sometimes depending on, there's different crowds in different sprints. So, in a lot of the more popular, bigger arenas, in sprints, generally a lot of the people in the comments might not have heard of some of the books, that I've read. So, but I like to read books that maybe, doesn't get the huge crowds or whatever, of getting recognition for people that are still, worthy of it and maybe still have a name, but we're not floating around on a daily basis like the Sarah J. Masses of the world, Look at ratings, how many people have shelved the books as I want. See, that's the thing. I don't be shelving stuff sometimes. Sometimes it's like, bam, I read it. Here's my review. There's nothing else that said I was going to read it up front. The shelf books is a joke. I have 700. Any giveaway you enter goes there. That is true. Ren says that's why books that were released today or yesterday somehow ended up in the awards as well, with the ratings and reviews only coming from ARC reviews. That's interesting. Okay. Did not think of that at all. Mary says Mel says it's run by votes, but people always vote for the same authors. Yep. Mass, King, Yarrows, Holly Black. Yep. That is true. I think I saw Rebecca Yarrows' name up on there. Yep. Warrior Princess Assassin ends on a cliffhanger for sure. It kind of ends on a bunch of questions for future endeavors. And that's my problem. I'm sitting here reading a 400 or 500 whatever page book, and you're telling me you really can't bring it to at least a satisfying conclusion. Like, I get if you have a series that you're trying to expand it out and get your dollars. I get it. But can I at least get a wrap up? Like, I hate a book that wraps up nothing. Like, you just went into a whole nother ball game. Kind of like the game Gods Play. It wrapped up something, but it just went into a whole new problem. Okay. I don't like that, especially if you didn't say that up front. And I hate a cliffhanger in and in the middle of an action. It just burns me. So I have to really do research when I'm reading, like, especially fantasy before a book, which kind of is a buzzkill for me that it's like that. Okay. So I appreciate, and I generally in my book reviews will say, in case somebody happens to watch the video, if something's in a cliffhanger. I wish more people would say that, because many people don't say that. And I'm like, really? You know how many videos I watched on this? And I had to do Google searches to find that it's in a cliffhanger because people didn't say. Burns me up, burns me up. But Warrior Princess Assassin had such an amazing synopsis that I so wanted to read it. And I was pissed that I heard about a cliffhanger and that the book's not out. So I took it off my list, not gonna lie. Mary said, I wondered, The Widow by Grisham and Renner's memoir, months waits at the library. Oh, always long waits, long waits. Some books I don't mind the wait because there's other things I have that I can read, It depends on how much I want to read it. Yaros is definitely winning Romantasy audiobook. Oh, that's new this year? I did not know that. Okay. Learn something new. Okay. I like that. I like that. I guess these AI books that don't have an audio, just AI is not going to win, right? Y'all read these AI audiobooks, y'all. It's hilarious. Hilarious. Ren says the most books are sequels. Dare I say sequels to previously nominated books, even more so. There we go. Exactly. Okay. Did Immortal Dark, anybody know if that was in that list? Let me know. Have y'all also read, what's the next one? Oh my gosh, it's on the list. My library has not acquired it, by the way. Chaos, Ruin, Chaos. Hold up. Chaos of Ruin Chaos. The sequel to Immortal Dark. And that's another thing. Like, I want to read that, but I wish it would have been right after because I forgot some details. But I am not going to go back and reread Immortal Dark. Okay. I'm just going to jump in and hope I'm not confused with the next book in the series. But anyway, does anybody know if that was nominated? Because that was, in some circles was pretty good, pretty huge, I like Goodreads for lots of reasons. Clearly, choice is not one of them. I get you. I haven't heard of half the books. Yeah, some of them are like, ooh. I voted on Sci-Fi of Monsters and Mainframes. I read the book and loved it. I heard good things about that one, but I don't know too much about it. I think the scammer is there for YA. Really? Okay. That works for me. It's pretty good. I enjoyed it. YA. I guess I could call it YA. It's not, you can say adult too, but it doesn't get into anything like super gritty or nothing. So I could see it being YA, but it was a good one. It was just a good book. It was a unique premise I've never heard of before and how they did it. And I love that concept. I like something that's different, and also the fact that you have some voices that have never been in certain genres in the mainstream. I really love that. But I will say Tiffany D. Jackson is making a name as one of the few authors of color, like being on the popular mainstream stage. I'm hearing about Tiffany D. Jackson in circles lately that I have not heard of before. That, because most of the time when someone's of color, specifically Black and brown populations, I'll say that, mostly Black populations, generally in Black book circles is where I hear about certain authors. I've been hearing Tiffany D. Jackson in white spaces a whole lot more, which I will say as a whole, BookTube is a white space. Okay. But I've been hearing about her in non-Black channels quite frequently. Okay. So she's making a name for herself. Goodreads is picking up on board that, hey, this is somebody to contend with. Same thing with like, N.K. Jemisin's been around a minute. Okay. She's been in a lot of spaces, but I'm just saying there's some kind of standouts. So, it's good that she's out there, but the book itself is just amazing. Okay. Just regardless, you know. It would be cool if Storygraph hosted their own awards. I feel like that is where more nuanced reviewers are. I think that Storygraph is new. It's probably coming. I think they're trying to get their platform a little bit more, you know, and then it'll be up in there. Okay. I think it's still not as big and probably will never be as Goodreads, because Goodreads, you know, they're backed by big boy Amazon, you know, so that's you know, that's that backing there. But Storygraphs is giving a run for its money because people like me jump ship. I still have Goodreads and I go every now and then. I will go on there and like review certain books, you know. But you know, for the most part, I do Storygraph, so I'm pretty sure at some point they'll get their own thing. Storygraph is a good time. I like Storygraph. I think the platform is not as glitchy. I think it's a lot more user friendly when I am using it, but definitely not as big of a platform. I've used Goodreads for so long, I think I can do everything I want in my sleep. It's huge. It is. And I think it depends on what you want to do. If you're trying to connect with a lot of people, blah, 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 that stuff. Goodreads has its points, and it is a very, you know, seasoned platform. I will say that. I find it hard to like get into forums, and it gets really busy, but it definitely is. If you're trying to be in the sea and in the know and all that stuff, Goodreads is where it's at. I don't care about all that. I just want to review my books, you know. Livia says, I use Goodreads only for ARCs. The real app that I use consistently is Storygraph. Yeah, I do like to put my ARC reads on Goodreads because I do know, as much as I love Storygraph, that Goodreads is the it platform. Okay. And so for books, I really want people to kind of, you know, not that my opinion's all that. I do make sure that I put on Goodreads. It may be way late, because and I cut and paste. It could be way late, way after Storygraph. But yes, I agree with you on that one. Livia, did you look at the Goodreads awards? If so, how many have you read? Yes, let us know. I love Storygraph. On the rare occasion that I do write review books, it's usually on Storygraph. There we go. There we go. If you write a review, y'all, I will say this. Don't just do a star, write a review. If you're going to go to a written platform for books, put some words with that star rating, because in I don't know how the awards, not that I care all about that, but how the award stuff does their ratings and all that stuff for who gets recognized and all that stuff, and like the featured books and stuff. I don't know about that. But I personally discount any review that does not have a words behind it. You know, and if you just say I can't relate to a book, then I just stop reading your review, okay? Because I need something more than that. I need to know why. But if you are not putting words with it, to me, in my opinion, it shouldn't even count as a review, okay? So, Immortal Dark, Eternal Ruin. I'm sorry. There we go. Where did I get chaos from? I have no idea. Eternal Ruin. Thank you. It didn't make it. That was pretty big, I believe. I'm gonna leave it alone. But yes, it was pretty good. I only saw Vicious Oaths. Okay, yeah, definitely on my list. Barbara didn't make. My name is Barbara didn't make memoirs. Is that Barbara Streisand's memoir or something else? Let me know. I'm excited to start Vicious Oath. I feel Romantasy is definitely N.E. Davenport bag. I don't believe I have read N.E. Davenport, but I'm looking forward to it. Okay. Some of these authors I'm getting on board with. Okay. I need to start looking at more of their books when their names come pop up. You know, I just need to stand alone. That's all I'm asking. Okay. I don't think it's asking a lot. Hey, Kelly, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I see you finished your sprint. I hope it went well. Kennedy Ryan. Oh, yep. I agree with you on there. Kennedy Ryan is also making a name in all circles too. Okay. I have not read. I think about that all the time. I know her popular books, Before I Let Go and stuff, I haven't read. But I'm trying to figure out if I have read something prior to that. I don't think so. But it's not really my genre that I would read just by myself. But I've heard some amazing things about Kennedy Ryan, but definitely up there too as one of those hey it people, you know. Yep, see, there we go. Mel and Ren are thinking the same thing. I don't read romantic, fantasy, or sci-fi. Good genres. I'm particular about it. I don't like intricate fantasy, like high epic fantasy with so many different elements and intertwined and stuff. I'm not on that, but give me a little romantasy, give me a little world building, not a lot, just a little, and then let's keep it pushing. I'm okay with that. Same thing with sci-fi. Like don't have it be so intricate that I get lost in the sauce. Because I read for fun. I don't want to like just be having to have a nosebleed. Just give me enough to get me a good story, and that's where I'm at with that. So they're not all created equal. Because the first time I read fantasy, I was like, oh, heck no, I'm not doing this again. Same thing with graphic novels. The first time I had a graphic novel, it was a fantasy one. And I was like, I'm not doing this. And I revisited it again a few months later. And I was like, okay, I can get on board. And now I love it. So just one of those things. Mel says, hello to Kelly for horror. S.A. Cosby. That's another name. S.A. Cosby is making a name for himself. That's true. That's true. I need to get on board with his latest book. All the Sinners Bleed was good. Yep, there we go. There's the goat. Rich says maybe an Eddie Okorafor for sci-fi, not as popular as the other ones, but getting there. And she's been around a lot too. I will say that. She does make her name, but I will say just as far as like a name on a daily basis, and this will probably be a controversial subject or statement, but I feel like on a daily basis around BookTube in the mainstream, I don't hear about a Nnedi Okorafor. In Black circles, yes. In the Black people are mainstream too, but I'm talking about just, like I said, BookTube is a largely white space. I don't really hear about her almost at all. Okay. She has some very interesting concepts, sci-fi and stuff. And I will say I have read a lot by her, and some of it is kind of going over my head. But she does have a very good concepts and ideas that she throws out there. Okay. I just think sometimes I get lost in the sauce. So I don't know if that's maybe one of those things, but good writing there. S.A. Cosby was pretty good. He's pretty good. Like he talks, race relations. He throws in some realness of life in there, but very good writer, has a little comedy in there. He's a good time. I want to do a vlog or something where I read a few of his books because I've only read one thus far and I loved it. I recommend starting with Razorblade Tears and then moving to the King of Ashes top tier books. Yeah, I haven't read King of Ashes. I believe that's the newest one, right? I haven't read Razorblade Tears. I have read many synopsis and spoilers and stuff for that book because it comes highly recommended. But I've read a lot of things to get me to understand like his writing about that book to where I feel like I've spoiled it myself. So I don't think I will probably go back and read that. But I've heard just so much amazing things. And I was like, let me dive in. And that's how I got to him in the first place. Oh, it was Barbara Streisand's memoir. Okay. Yeah. I like her movies. I don't think I like her enough to read her memoir because that bad boy was thick. But I've heard great things, and she has lived a long time and had an amazing long career. So I know she has a lot of good things to say. I wish there was somebody that would spoil her memoir for me. Some people are very reluctant to review like memoirs and talk about it. I mean, I would talk about some of the stuff, because I like a good memoir, and I definitely do videos on them, dedicated ones. And I don't mind a few little spoilers because it's just not enough to not read the book. Some things are spoilers. You already know about the character. It's just, tell a little more details. But I wish somebody would spoil that so I can know some of the tea. You know what I'm saying? Mary says to Smil, I wrote the order down. There we go. Understand the assignment. There we go. Kelly says, and Nettie's Death of an Author was everywhere this year. I have it on, and I really need to read it. I forgot about that one. Yeah, she did have that newer one. I did hear about that one. Yep. I read like a lot of her back books. I haven't read that one, but I did hear good things about that one. You're right. Also, very interesting futuristic concepts. Sometimes it goes kind of over people's heads sometimes, but at the same time, there's a whole lot of other things that go over people's head, like dragons and aliens and things. Maybe they're a little bit less dense, but still, people love them. So definitely still deserves to be out there. But I don't know if she was one of them Goodreads favorite people, Livia says, I'm counting how many I read and how many are already on my TBR. Oh, there we go. Let's see what those stats are. Okay, we're going to get into the next sprint shortly. I said this before, but I'm just plugging away for January. I'm doing boot camp readathon. I'm still trying to decide if it's going to be, all month or just part of the month. But if you were interested in being a co-host for Boot Camp Readathon, the readathon to, jumpstart a new year into fitness, a little wellness, taking care of yourself and reading some books, nothing intricate, because how you take care of yourself and your fitness is definitely an individual thing, okay? You don't have to be some fitness guru or anything like that. It's not about that. It's just kind of getting your mind, soul, and body right and stuff. But if you're interested, I am looking for co-hosts out there. So message me on IG and, I'll give you some details. I'm in the early planning phase, but looking to see if anybody's interested. I'll be reaching out to some folks, but just let me know if you're interested. A little quick message on IG. I'd appreciate it. Okay. Mel says, so far from S.A. Cosby, I've read Razorblade Tears, Blacktop Wasteland, and King of Ashes. My least fave was Blacktop Wasteland, mostly because I'm not a car girly and Bug didn't really evolve as a character for me. Ooh. I don't think I know much about Blacktop Wasteland, so I can't really speak on that one. But I get you, I get you, especially if they're spending a whole lot of time about cars and stuff. 5. Okay, Livia's up in there. Okay. Well, you've probably read more than me. Maybe on the break, I'll take a look and see how many I have read. Sign me up. Oh, thank you. Awesome. There we go. Good job. Thank y'all very much. Always looking for cool peeps, okay? It's not super intricate, by the way. We're not going to do 24-hour. Would love that, but I don't think that's too rich for my blood. I'm too busy. Okay, y'all, here we go here. We have a race, okay? It is Veterans Day, so get to moving, y'all. This is the type of things I promote, by the way, during Boot Camp Readathon, of stretching, put the arms up there. I should do that more often. But we are doing just being active, okay? Active, working, doing all that stuff for Veterans Day. So we have some racers right here, okay? We have some racers 1 through 4. Who is going to win? Who are you going to put your backing behind to make sure that they, pull it out? So we have 1 through 4 of these lovely people that all look weird. We have number 1 is that a redhead? I don't know. We'll just say green. We'll go by the color of their clothes. We got Mr. Green in number 1. We got Mr. Light Blue in number 2. We got yellow in number 3. And we got number 4 is, we'll call that red. I'm going to go with number 4 because I am digging the hair matching the shoes. Okay. Bro is styling. And he looks like he's going to eat up the track literally. Okay. So there we go. I'm choosing number 4. Let me know who y'all think are going to win. And we're going to get to that next sprint. Yes, I will message you. Hold on, let me write down some stuff. Don't trust my memory, okay? Do not trust my memory. Email. I will send you some info later today or sometime today, okay? 4 is going to win. Okay, Mary, me and you are right here, girl. Me and you are right here, okay? 4 is going to win for Mary. Mel says 4. I vibe with the green hair. See? There we go. I hope that's a good thing. I'm hoping that's a good thing. I like a good matching. Hello, Glenda says to Mary and Kelly. Mohawk too for me. See this mohawk. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, okay. I like that mohawk too. I kind of skirted over that. I do like that mohawk. But I like the hair matching the shoes. Okay. So I'm going to go with that. Okay. I can see. I like the unique characters. Not going to lie. Kelly's waving the pink hands. There we go. Mary says hello to Glenda. And Mel says thanks, Courtney. Oh, no problem. No problem. Okay. Let's get to this race. We've been talking a minute. Okay. Happy reading. I will see y'all in 45. Whew, sorry about that, y'all. Shower took longer than I thought. Okay, well, there we go. There we go. That sprint has ended. And what's that? Number two is the winner in that race. Sorry about that. I was like, is that my timer going off? I got sidetracked because I was handling some business. I was supposed to have some work done at the house yesterday, and workers did not show up. So I was contacting the company to let them know, hey, your folks did not show up as they were supposed to. And I noticed that the work order had been closed. And I'm like, you can't close out a work order when the work has not been completed. So I was, anyway, dealing with those folks um, with the with that, and so I lost track of time at the beginning of the sprint. So anyway, that's why I was late starting the starting my shower, and then I got sidetracked. Okay, so hold up, I'm just putting a timer here in the background. We're not going to lollygag too much because I want to get back to lotion, and I got off the shower. I just was in the middle of putting lotion on my body and completely forgot. Anyway, number two was the winner, and that was the Mohawk guy. So who was the Mohawk? Kelly chose the Mohawk, and wasn't it someone else that chose the Mohawk? I know Kelly for sure. So there we go. You have the winner there. Ren had chosen number 4. And Livia says 28 and my TBR. Wow. That's a lot of books. And 19 that I've read all the categories. You are a well-rounded reader as far as with genres. That's pretty good. That's a lot. Would y'all say that most people read like the Goodreads list of 19 is pretty good? I would say that. Kudos. Okay. You have a very good, I think, representation to choose from for the Goodreads to Goodreads Awards to make an educated decision. Okay, so I'm all for that. Okay, Livia had chosen number 1, which did not win, and Mary said, "Wow, Livia read a good." I know she's definitely read a good amount. That's pretty good. I'm shocked. Okay. I got to go look at this list. Okay. Bound to be some goodies in there. Like, I know as far as a lot of these authors tend to like get renominated and all the same thing and stuff. And I get it. But, some of them are really good authors. So I'm not going to say anything bad about them. I just, wouldn't mind people that have not been nominated to maybe get a little bit of a shot to get a little shout out in the mix. Okay. Like, get some new people instead of, hey, Emily Wiles for the 8th time, that type of thing. Glenda picked 4 because of the green hair. You gotta love that, right? Okay, I like the hair matching the shoes. Hello, Amberly. How are you doing? A late start to my workout this morning, so I'm only just getting the rest of the day going. I feel your pain. I have done the same thing almost all week, but you know what? It's about getting it done. It's how you finish the race, okay? Sometimes things are about how you finish, not necessarily how it was done. I won't say that goes for everything, but you got to it, and that's what matters. Hopefully it was a really good workout for you. Okay. Hello, Double Jen. Good morning. How you doing? And Kiana's back. How was that nap? That was a short nap, lady. Was it refreshing? All that jazz. Let us know. You did win, Kelly. Good job. I think you might have been the only one. Yeah, I lost two. We have another race, so hopefully we go. We're going to do the ladies this time, okay? See them ladies stretch them legs. I was impressed, though, how number 4 started out with that long gait, though. I was like, look at them legs, boy. Mel said 165 pages into the Devils and aiming to finish it today. Roughly 9 hours left, according to Kendall. Oh, you got that. You got plenty of time. It's 1:19. So if that's all you're really doing, you got plenty of time. And I'm pretty sure you're probably not doing like the 1-time speed. So you can probably say that's like 7. So good time. I think I'm going to start a book maybe later today because I finished 2 yesterday, including The Scammers. So I have some work stuff that I have to take a look at. Training, I haven't really been making a huge dent in for this month. So that's why I didn't add a lot of books to my list. So that's something I have to take a look at. But I also need to do some editing and some book reviews. And I would love to finish my diamond painting today. So I don't want to get too invested in a new book when I have so many other things on my list. So we shall see. We shall see. So always something to read, though. I will say that. Always something to read. Okay, y'all. So we're going to get back into the next sprint here. And let's see. Kiana's 5% of By the Horns by Ruby Dixon. Ooh, okay. I've only heard of Ice Planet Barbarians. What is, hold up. Y'all can take a look at this. These are the ladies. Choose your poison. Where's it go? Hold on. I got a black screen here. Okay. I want to look up this Ruby Dixon book. So you got, I'm just going to go by the color of what they're wearing. Number 1 is green. Shoes are not matching the hair. Okay. Let's go with that. Number 2 is red. Number 2 is light blue. And number 4, hold up. Did I say that? Hold up. 1 is green. 2 is red. 3 is light blue. And 4 is yellow. I'm liking number 4. The hair is somewhat matching the shoes, and she looks very friendly. So that's who I'm gonna go. My girl number 4 here. Ren is reading Immortal Dark. Okay, I see you. I see you. How are you liking it? How is Immortal Dark treating you? I bet that'll be a good time. I enjoyed Immortal Dark. I wasn't a fan of kind of how it ended, but it did kind of wrap some stuff up, and it's a sequel. So I'm hoping the library gets Eternal Ruins sooner than later so I could tack on to that. Let's see. By the Horns. Horns by Ruby Dixon. It's blue. Ooh, that's pretty. Okay. Oh, you can't see that. You can't see that. Let's see. That's pretty. Can y'all really see that? Probably not still. Anyway, look it up. By the Horns. This is Kiana's book. Let's see. Fantasy romance. 2nd book in the Royal Artifactual Guild series. A servant with a forbidden ability to speak with the dead. I'm an artificer for the guild. Flirty. Ooh. I'm assuming, is that a standalone? I haven't read any Ruby Dixon. I've heard so much and looked up spoilers for the Ice Planet Barbarian series. Plus, it's so huge. I don't think I would probably go through that whole series, but I wouldn't mind reading one of those. However, I do want to read something by Miss Ruby Dixon. This sounds like a fun. Is this a standalone? Published in September, Forbidden Magic, Mystery, Romance, and Self-Discovery. I kind of like all those. Kiana, let me know if that, a flirty minotaur. That sounds cute. Let me know if that is a standalone or not. Let me see. Let me see if my library even has. Let's see if Libby even has some Ruby Dixon. This phone is so slow. I got a new phone. I feel like it's slower than the other one. Let me just type in Miss Ruby Dixon. Rosie and Rube. No, that's not it. That's Patricia Dixon. Okay. Oh, well, we have an Ice Planet Barbarian in the number 1, number 2. That's not in English. And neither is the first one. Wow. Okay, let's keep going. See, I got Bull Moon Rising. That's not. How come none of these are in English? Oh, here we go. I'm like, something's not right. Okay, not a lot of Ruby Dixon on my lists. Actually, that is not true. There's quite a number of Ruby Dixon on the list. However, I only see one. Is this one Patricia Dixon? I wonder if they're kidding each other. Anyway, I see a lot of Ruby Dixon, and you know what? Only one is in English, and that is your book, Kiana, By the Horns. I'm going to go ahead and do a screenshot. Let me know if that is let me delete the other screenshots since I got that one. I like to take a picture of the Libby screenshot for my to read list because that way I know that it's actually on that way I know it's actually on Libby and I can get it when they do. Okay. All right. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Let me know if it's a standalone, okay? Like if I don't need to read the first one in order to understand it or the second one, I don't like cliffhangers. I'm excited for you for Immortal Dark, though. Hopefully you love it. Mel says, number one, she looks determined. Definitely does. Definitely does. Amber's going to say, number two, she looks frightening. She definitely does. I would say of all the ones, she definitely looks frightening. I would say if I look at the people's faces, hold on, let me give you a y'all bigger screen, okay? So if I'm looking at people's faces, right? Number one definitely looks determined. Like she looks friendly, but she's like, I'm about to do this thing. Number two looks definitely scary, like she would trip you. Number four looks apprehensive, like, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to win this race. And number four just looks so friendly that she's just like, oh, I'm going to let you win. That's what all these characters are giving me. But I'm going to go with number four. Ren says, I'm really enjoying Immortal Dark. Keaton is unhinged, but I understand why. It's a good time. It's a good time. And it's definitely different. I really like different. To me, even if something's kind of not written well, which I think that was written very well, by the way, but I like a different voice than just something I already have kind of read in before, even if it's the same topic. But I like that. Sue Sonoya is an interesting character. Interested in covering more about him for sure. See, that's the thing. Immortal Dark had a very large cast of characters, and trying to remember them all is frustrating. And that's the reason why I think that it's best to read the sequel like right after. And so I was peeved, although I did find out like shortly after getting Immortal Dark, there would be another one, but I wish it was a standalone because I did struggle, just like with most fantasies, I struggle with keeping characters straight if there's a large cast. So I kind of struggled with that book for maybe the first third, and then I kind of get into the groove, but it's like constantly introducing new people. Ren says, I've heard book 2 is from both of their POVs. Really? Okay. I'm looking forward to that. I want to see the pain and the struggles from the rooms, Kiana says it's the sequel to Bull Moon Rising. I saw Bull Moon Rising on the list. Definitely was in another language that I don't think it was Spanish. Not that I understand Spanish, but I need to know if I have to read that in order to understand this one, or if I should just skip it. Ren says, I know Ruby Dixon has a novella out as part of the Scared Sexy collection. All these interesting books. Space Vampire. I didn't see that one on the list, but there was definitely quite a number that popped up on my Libby. I just don't know why it was not in English for here. But you know what? I do appreciate, though, that they do have books in different languages for, people that prefer to read their books in different languages. So their representation is definitely there, but it did not help me. I will say that. Okay, y'all, we're going to get to this next sprint. I'm going to go and lotion my skin because I feel it cleansing up, okay? So I'll see y'all in 45. Happy reading. Okay, well, red shirt won right at the last minute. I called foul play. I called foul play. Okay, well, there's that sprint. Have I won any today? I think I won one. So, well, there we go. There. How was that sprint for everyone? How did it go? How did it go? As you can see, I have finally made it to the land of the living of getting dressed. So that's something. That is something there. Um, let's see. Hold on. Let me get this one here. So on that sprint, I finished all the lotion and making sure my skin is hydrated. Made another little business call and got some food here. So I made myself a little charcuterie board, if you will, of food. So I got Genoa salami, which is delicious. And I didn't even grow up liking salami. Little mini cucumbers. You got to add some little chip things in there and some cheese. So I like making little bitty boards like that. Relatively healthy, you know, keep everything together. They make good snacks too, but sometimes I eat that as a meal. And isn't this adorable? I got these. They're fall. Well, I guess just leaf napkins. Isn't that cute? They fold out as well. But it's a napkin, so I think that's absolutely, of course, it does not go back the way it came. There we go. Not perfect, but there you go. That's adorable, right? Really great for if you have a party and you want to have a little festive decor. Then there we go there. So I'm going to eat my snack on the next sprint and do some book reviews there. So let's see where we're at in the chats here. I did check in as well on NetGalley November, of course. And I saw Paula. I saw Vanessa. Whose channel was it on, though? It's on Vanessa's channel. Okay, there we go. Paula, Vanessa, and who was the other person? And, oh, Kelly. There we go. So we got a few people. So that's where I'm at also on my phone there. So I think it's called Space Vampire. Oh, we're talking about Ruby Dixon. Okay, there we go. That's kind of fun, right? Space Vampires. You should read the first one if you can find it. Yeah, in English, right? In English. That seems to be the fly in the ointment. Oh, that's hilarious, right? You think the language preferences would be set. Kiana got to 7%, Ruby Dixon, and about to hit the road. Goodbye, Miss Lady. Hopefully you have a good day. Stay safe and warm, but you don't have that issue out there. Woohoo! There you go, Amberly. You knocked it out. Hello, Christina. How are you doing, lovely lady? Miss Moderator, keeping us on track for NetGalley November. Much appreciated as always. Amberly cleaned up the book craft room and dusted the bookshelves. That is important. Important. How often do you dust your bookshelves? Okay, that's my question, y'all. How often do you take the time to sit and dust off all the stuff? Because the books do hold dust, and you have to, every once in a while, knock that dust off, you know? It is important, okay? I've seen some booktubers that are, you know, showing their shelves, and they pick it up and they're like, which is hilarious because I always think of Nicole and Dusty Book Sniffers, her channel. And I always think it's funny because that's the channel name. I think she said her husband had the channel name or something for her. But I always think of, yeah, Dusty Books, you know. And when I'm in the library, I do like that fresh book smell. That's always nice. So very fitting there, okay? I'm just trying to cue this timer up in the background here, y'all. Give me a second. Okay, I think I got it. I lost again. Yeah. Hey, join the club, Miss Mel. Join the club, okay? We have one more sprint, okay? We are about to do our last sprint, so maybe we'll have a chance, okay? Cute napkins. Thank you. I think it's cute. I like to get a few little festive things every now and then. I just use them around the house because I don't be throwing parties. So I just use them around the house. But it just takes me a long time. Because once the season's up, I'll put them up and then it's like, well, next year. But I think I'm going to just use them till they're gone. But I got these. I have some other ones I'll show you another time. And then I have some ones I got last year that are Mardi Gras themed. And I still haven't used all those, but very cute, very cute, very cute. No, it says 180 pages into the Devils. You're a rocker, you're a roller. Okay. Keep at it. You'll be done before you know it. Christina says to hydrate, feed yourself, obviously. Check the laundry. I did tons of laundry yesterday. We did 2 loads, which is a lot in my house for one day. Okay. We are laundried out. Take your meds. Haven't done that yet. Gonna do that with food. Stretch and show some love to the like button. I have done both of those. And sub and ring the bell so you can hopefully be notified. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. We always need those reminders, okay? Keep them coming. Mel has been bouncing between me and Vanessa Sprint. Well, thank you very much for coming back. Much appreciated. I was thinking actually getting on there, but after here, I have a few things I have to do, not to mention still go to the library. So I don't think me on camera is going to get things done. So I'm going to just listen in the background on that one. But yes, I'll be over there. Goodbye. Oh, Kiana. For Kiana. Yep. Amberly says, like maybe twice a year, probably should do it more often. Hey, that's better than some. I know some people that are set it and forget it with collections, and you definitely can't do that because things carry dust. We don't live in a bubble. Even little areas that you think that nothing's going to get into, you're like, how did dust get there? I'm weirded out with collections because my mom was an avid collector growing up, and it was just like collection after collection of any and everything. And to me, it became clutter after a while, okay? And we would have to dust that stuff every Sunday. I hated it. I hated it. I hated it. It's like, this isn't my things. And it's one thing after another. It will give me a good excuse to play with some of the things, you know, like she had like spoon collection, doll collection. She had a pencil sharpener collection and like all different types of shapes. I really like those. She had like the little figurines. I had the glass ones. I didn't like those because they were so delicate. And then, you know, I'd potentially break one and then get in trouble, you know. Little toy train collections, just dishes collections, just a little bit of everything. And it's not like we could get to everything. So I think that some of it was just clutter and just like an excuse to keep us occupied, which, you know, idle minds, you know, but I would rather spend my Sunday doing something else. You know what I'm saying? Ren says, made it to 168. Awesome. Awesome. What are you reading now? I think you said you finished your other book before. I can't remember what you're reading now. Emily says, I tidy them more often, but the whole take every book off and dust everything is like twice a year. Yeah, that's a big chore. You definitely need some time, especially if a pretty big collection. I'm assuming your collection's huge, but also I'll wear dust mask for sure, because you never know, you know, just stuff just gets around, just floats in the air and things land on your pages. And, you know, if you're flipping through the pages, allergies, because some of this congestion I have here has to do with cleaning my home, and all the little crevices we got into yesterday has a lot of allergies going on. Oh, you were the reading Myrtle Dark. Okay. I don't know why I didn't remember that. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I'm excited to read the second one. I need to find a recap somewhere. Somebody had to have broken it down. I did that like on, I think maybe 1 or 2 books on my channel where it was like a series. So I did like a recap with spoilers, and, you know, some people just don't care about those things. But I did have someone reach out and say, I appreciate you doing a recap because I didn't want to reread the next book in the series. It was the last one coming out. I didn't want to reread it. And so your channel gave me a refresher. So I appreciated that. Christina says, collect things to keep your kids busy and out of trouble. Yeah, I think my mom was like a low key hoarder, not gonna lie, and she liked those things. But I get it. You got to find ways to entertain your kids. But it's like that's your stuff. I don't care to Dustin. If she would have been like, "Hey, keep me company, read me a book while I do this," I would have been like, "Cool." But it was, hey, you are dusting this collection this Sunday and then this Sunday. It was like house chores, and I was not a fan of it. Okay, just it's warding me off knickknack these days. Like I really get. I'm not gonna be ungrateful. I'm just talking to y'all, so keep it under your thumb. But I don't like when people get me things like knickknacks and things for my wall or things to sit on the shelf, things like that. I don't like when people get me those things for like holidays and birthdays. Okay. It's just, I don't want any more clutter. Okay. And I don't want to be the bad person to re-gift, and or donate, which I will say I have. I always keep something that somebody gives me for a while. But when I'm trying to declutter my house, if it didn't grow on me, because I do have some knickknacks. If it didn't grow on me, then it's probably in the donation bin. But in this current house that we moved in, like for the most part, most of my knickknacks I have in a box sitting right here because I didn't unpack a lot of things because I know we're going to be moving. But I keep knickknacks, things like that, to a very minimum, and they have to have some sentimental value. Same thing with jewelry. It's probably something that I was given from somebody. That's the jewelry I keep the most. I wear the most. But speaking of, I didn't put earrings on today. But yeah, other than that, I'm not going around buying like statues and figurines and stuff like that, Idle hands. There we go. There again. Emily says hello to Christina. And Christina says, I'm allergic to cleaning. We try to do major cleaning more often, like moving furniture, but usually it's once a season and takes forever. And I get sick every time because you're stirring up things. You really don't know. Like things creep in, you find spiders. I had a friend that was moving and she moved this big couch and there was like dog poop underneath. It's like, and that's embarrassing when other people are around because it was movers and stuff. But still, things happen. I found like old chips. I use I have allergies, so I find like old napkins, like old used napkins for tissue, um, potato chips, little pieces of candy, definitely a lot of dust. I use a lot of floss pickers. I definitely find those all over the place under couches and stuff. So it's like, I don't need that. I could probably clean more often and prevent those things, but a deep cleaning, yes, that's not something I do all the time. I can't remember the last time we did a full house clean. Okay. But I was just thankful it was seamless. My husband helped without too much drama. Because generally it's like, oh no, so I'm okay with that. But yes, you tend to get sick because you're stirring up a lot of dust and things that haven't been touched in a long time. And it's annoying, so I'm okay with periodic cleaning, and I do spot clean like on a daily basis. Always something that needs to be wiped off or washed or something. But I'm with you, like, yeah, every once in a while, huge clean. I know some people that do like a once a month. I used to be like one of those girls though until I got married, to where like once a week, especially like maybe once every other week because generally it's on the weekend. I had a different work schedule, but I would do a whole house clean, like wipe baseboards, get the vacuum cleaner attachment and put it along the baseboards. I was doing all that, sweeping, mopping, and then I got married. I mean, I had smaller places, but I got married and realized that two people live here. Okay. Imagine for those of y'all that have children. Okay. So that's even more. But in my household, it's my husband and I. Why am I the only one doing that? And when we're both utilizing. And then on top of that is if I do try to get him involved, it's like it's a chore. Because does he really want to do it?
I mean, the reality is, do I want to do it? No, it needs to be done. I feel more comfortable in a clean house, all that stuff. So it has to be done. So I suck it up. Men don't suck up things, I think, and this is a generalization. Men don't suck up things as well as us ladies do to do them. I don't think they were just raised that way to just suck up things, okay? And they grew up seeing probably mom doing all of that. So in their mind, even though they'll never say it, that's women's work, right? So, but is it worth the stress of me doing all of that stuff by myself? Because I used to do it when I got married, then I woke up, right? But is it worth the stress of me doing all that by myself while he's just sitting there watching TV, playing video games, or stressing him out and then constantly having to redirect him to come back and help and argue it? It's not worth that stress to do that on a daily basis or a weekly basis. So every once in a while, like we both spot clean things throughout the week. He has his task, I have mine, and they definitely overlap. Just keep things copacetic, right? But every once in a while, every few months, when you're like, hey, babe, we're gonna, because it's normally me that initiates, hey, babe, we're going to take a day and we're going to clean our house. If you just get on board and do it, it'll take a few hours. If you lollygag, we're going to argue and it's going to take much longer. So he's gotten so much better with that, and we work better as a team. But that's one of those things that, I mean, not for everybody, but for us, we had to get into a groove with that. It was not like seamless and organic. Okay. But yesterday was very, very pleasant. Okay. But yeah, I'm allergy here up in here. He seems fine. So Emerson Lee says moving furniture is a pain. It is. I try to do it the least amount of time possible. I used to be one of those people that once a month I would rearrange furniture in my house. Yeah, I stopped that. The best configuration is always probably the first one you put it in. So I generally leave it at that. Mel says under couches is a magnet for all types of random stuff and dust. Exactly. It is. It is. You'd be like, how did that get there? And imagine if you have kids, okay? Because I find things my dog has somehow let roll underneath there. Or sometimes randomly, I'll see my dog pawing underneath the couch and then she's eating something. And I'm like, what was that she just got from underneath the couch? If she didn't get sick, then I guess it's okay. But sometimes I have no idea what she picks up off the floor. But imagine with kids, because kids is another entity in the home and they have random things too. You probably find toys and all sorts of random other stuff. So yeah. It's a mystery bag, y'all. Bill says I'm constantly cleaning, but then again, I have too little, so I have to clean every day or this house will be destroyed. That is true. That is true. You have to clean more when you have kids because they pick up little things all the time. Plus, I think the more people you have in your home, the more excess things, clutter, germs, mess that comes to your home. So I think there's a need to structure or organize and clean more. With here, it's my husband and I, okay? So I have no problem cleaning up after myself. I don't have a problem cleaning up after him per se, but we should be cleaning together. I just don't like him to make excess mess after I've already cleaned. But he doesn't, it's him and I. We're used to each other's germs and, he works from home. So it's not like it's tons of excess stuff. But little kids, they bring home RSV, COVID, colds, things like that. So you got to be disinfecting too all the time. That's another ball game. And little kids can't really clean up after themselves. So that's this other person that you got to clean up after. So it's just try to maintain and contain. Okay, I will say that. Okay, wipe them hands when they get in the door. Put them shoes by the front door. House shoes, house clothes versus outside clothes, outside shoes. Limiting friends. Limiting packages, and things they open, limiting where people eat, especially with kids. That's a big thing. Kids, you're eating at the table. Like when my nieces came down, they're used to eating all over the house at their mom's house. And I was like, no, when you're eating my house, there's no food in the bedrooms at all. Because I know how I drop crumbs in the bedroom. I can just imagine kids. They don't care. They'll drop a whole cup of juice and be like, oops, and just try to soak it up with a towel and walk away. Nah, we're not doing that. So limitations all the way, okay? Christina's laughing. Mel says, when I want to deep clean, I just kick my kids out with the husband and get to work. I'm a stay-at-home mom, though, so naturally most of the house chores falls on me. My husband is extremely helpful. It makes a difference when you're somebody that's helpful. It's very nice to have that. And sometimes peace of mind, like I said, it's just me and him. With kids and a spouse, sometimes they get underfoot. Because, okay, for those of us that have pets, right? You ever have a floor you just mop and then the pet just comes walking on it? You're like, what in the world? I don't want paws, So sometimes if his peace of mind is to have him take the kids somewhere, you just clean by yourself. I didn't have an issue back in the day sometimes with my husband when he worked away from home and I had the day to myself. I would do a little day drinking sometimes. I would put on my book or music or something and clean. And I have no problems. I do have a problem with somebody else sitting there while I'm cleaning and then they want me to get them something and all these things. I have problems with that, okay? I'm not going to be cleaning by myself and you're sitting there. So yes, him taking the kids away is him doing a service to the household so you can do a service. So that is definitely important. I'm okay with that one by far, okay? Husband is helpful, but sometimes I just want to pop an audiobook on and clean without the babies running around. So he takes them out to the park or library. For dad and kiddo, I clean and then relax with a coffee and a good book. That sounds good to me. I have no problems with that. It sounds like a good time, okay? Sounds like a good time and a good solution because he's having quality time, which I think it's good to have quality time as a family. But I also think, as a whole, but I also think it's good to have quality time individually with your kids so that they develop that individual relationship, outside of the other parent. So I think all of that works, okay? And it maintains your sanity because cleaning with another person, I find that I cannot clean with my audiobook with my husband helping me. That's the reason why it took me forever to finish those extra 20 pages yesterday when I was trying to read my book because I feel like I don't know. He wants my undivided attention, although he will put in on a headset with music and I can't hear him. But as soon as I put in my audiobook, then he wants to talk. But I can't talk to him. So it's just better if we have undivided attention, even if we're not talking, on the off chance we do want to talk. I think when we're together, I just put my book to the side and I'm like, you put your games and your music to the side. I put my book to the side. Let's get this done and be done. I think it goes quicker that way because my husband, he tends to be redirecting a lot or, men, where does this go? It's like, do you live here? You've been living here for how long? And the batteries have always been in the same location. And somehow you're asking me, where do we keep batteries? Where do we put the towels? What do you mean? Where do we put the towels? I can't. Sometimes I ignore it. And other times I'm just like, okay, so that's better than me stopping and starting my book. So put the book to the side. But yeah, if I'm by myself, definitely I will get through some books and clean. Okay. But yes, I agree with you on that. Cleaning's a me time, y'all. I find it therapeutic. Okay. I find it therapeutic. It's just not therapeutic if somebody else is sitting there staring in my face in a mess that we both cleaned up or that we both made. And I'm the only one cleaning it up. That's not okay. Like for big cleans, sweep and mop and things like that. I don't mind if because he does his fair share of dishes and laundry and stuff too. I made sure he got on that. It's taken some years, but we share that duty. So I don't mind if he's sitting in another room and I'm washing some dishes over here. That's okay. Christina says it sounds wonderful. Y'all got to employ some of these tactics, okay? It keeps your sanity, okay? I'm all about offering some advice and keeping sanity that you did not ask for on this channel, okay? Mel said it really is, Christina. I'm lucky. I've heard some horror stories from other stay-at-home moms with men childs for husbands. Girl, who you telling? I have all these IG videos about men and 50-50 and all that craziness in my IG that comes up that puts so much stuff into perspective. It's not even funny, okay? I wish these things would go into men's channels or these men's IGs, but they always come to us ladies for sure. It's nothing but ladies in the comments, okay? But yeah, we made this mess. We're going to clean it up together. Sometimes it's the finesse and how you bring it up to people. But some people are more receptive than others. But you have to have somebody that is ready, like a mature adult, to put things into perspective of, hey, I have a spouse that's tired, that's overworked, and that is doing a service by educating, by rearing, by even having my child. Why don't I help them? Like, that's a concept that should be easily registered, but some people, it just does not register that, hey, us ladies need help. Like, even I don't have kids, right? It just, wasn't in the card. I tried. And even during that was a chore of just trying to get pregnant is a chore. I needed help in that too, But just the idea of maintaining a household is a lot, okay? Whether you work or you don't work, because stay-at-home mom is definitely a job in itself. But even those ladies that work, you'd be surprised how many ladies that work full-time jobs with a spouse in the house and still come back and are doing all of the things. Like, what are your husbands doing? And if you've been in a house all day long with the child doing all the stuff that you do, he comes in and he's tired and sits down. What are you not tired too? You didn't with these kids all day. They get annoyed and like they annoy him. You think that they're not annoying you? You've been with them all day. You need a rest too. Anyway, I'm not a therapist. I just have strong opinions, y'all. If they're offensive, though, it's my channel if it's offensive. But I'm just speaking common sense, okay? Christina says there are husbands that are not man child. They all to a certain extent. I mean, we as ladies have our moments too. Believe you me, I have my little moments, But it's nice to be able to have that, though. When you are a man child, we hear about that more, right? It's because someone is allowing you. A video was telling me about that the other day. Because that man is privileged enough to allow someone to act that way. So if we don't allow them to, if they're worth their ilk, it may take time, then they will change. If they don't, then we got to really make some decisions about kind of where we're at. But we all have that aspect in us. It's just how much of that is going to go out, Like, you have these women that are men that don't work. They're not cleaning. They're not doing any stuff. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, are you 17? You might as well just go back home with mama. And the video was talking about men basically are seeking to replace their mom when they get with a woman. So how much are you going to allow him to be that versus making him grow up? And that's part of what spouses are, is somebody that is basically forcing you to grow up. Some people do that better than others, I think women tend to take on a lot more responsibility. So we tend to grow up quicker. But the idea that a woman can still be a child and act like a child and like he does with us sometimes, it's a privileged thing. It means maybe she's being taken care of very well, It's nice to be spoiled a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that. It's nice to say, hey, you're acting a bit immature a little bit, not taking care of some responsibilities. I mean, if they are being taken care of, that means probably it's on his side. And it's like, thank you very much. Mine is like a teenager most of the time. Yeah, mine is too with the video games. When we got married, he wasn't into the video games as much. And now he's very knee deep in that. So I do feel like we regressed, but I give him some grace because we don't have kids. If we had kids, oh, hell no. But I give him some grace in that because now I have my books and I get a little bit more into that because like when we moved, I changed our dynamic because I was just trying to do everything and still get a hobby at the same time. And when we moved here, I was like, why can't I engross myself more in like my hobby and things I would like to do if he is? So we have shared tasks so that we're not like, I just think we are a little bit more even in like our responsibilities. So it's a little bit more free time for both of us for whatever. I mean, I may still spend my free time going to the grocery store or something, but I take my time. I may be going hours when it should have taken an hour. I take my time. If I want to sit and listen to audiobook in the parking lot, I will do that. I go out with my friends and I spend as much time as I want. I come home and I'm responsible, but I'm not running to go home like I used to, So just, things like that. You just kind of take your time, but everybody has to have their time, okay? Just as long as it's not all the time. Just handle your responsibilities. If he's helpful and does the dishes and stuff, exactly, okay? Some people don't do that, and that's the thing, and it sucks that it's help because it really should be doing instead of helping. But we tend to take, whoever chooses to run the house is the one that's taking on the responsibility of dictating that the duty needs to be done. So the other entity is always just helping at that point anyway. So I get that, but yes, definitely you got to be doing something. Hello, Alicia. How are you doing today? Joining after my errands and some lunch, and man, it's crazy outside with traffic and shopping places today. I don't understand. It's like people are just quick. I went to Walmart yesterday, right? At like 8, 7 something, which I never go that late. And I'm like, good Lord, is it holiday season? I guess it is, but Thanksgiving hasn't got here yet. But I felt like I was in the midst of Christmas shopping. I'm not going to lie. Girl, I have no idea. I don't even want to leave the house, but I keep getting notices. I've gotten 3 today that my library book, 1's overdue and 2 are about to be due. So I have to go out for that. So I am going to grab some food and return the books through the mail slot and come back home. Hopefully it's not too bad. Me and my husband have an agreement with everything will be exactly 50-50 if I was to go back to work. See, I don't ever think it's really 50-50. That's the thing. Like when it comes to, I swear y'all, we're going to go to another sprint, but I'm not on that big of a time limit today. So we're going to talk a little bit, but we'll get to a sprint shortly. The last one. But I go back and forth with 50-50. Like I get it. I guess it's in an ideal world that makes sense and we're going to do half-seas, but it's never really because I feel like we always, like there's physical work and then there's emotional work, okay? If you're the one that's making a lot of decisions and stuff in the home, it's mental power that's being exerted. And I do a lot of that with my home. Like if you're like, hey, babe, we should do the laundry. That's mental toll because that man just passed by that laundry basket that was overflowing with towels and panties overflowing and didn't think twice about maybe we need to do some laundry. That's a mental toll that I had to go and exert that to say we're going to do that, The cleaning the house. No problem with this dirty house. He will sit here, right? I'm the one that's initiating, hey, let's clean the house and this is what we're going to do. Hey, we need groceries. I'm making the list. He may go with me sometimes, but it's mental power of what do we need for a meal and not just get cereal and milk. Okay, and snacks, because that's what he would come away with. That's mental power. I don't mind doing it because I'm so used to it, but it's still mental power. So are we really 50-50 just because we both, like I swept and he mopped, which I swept and mopped. He used the vacuum cleaner on the floor so he wouldn't have to sweep, Like we both work. So we put the money in the pocket. Because I don't believe in like your money's going to pay for this and I pay for this. It's just in a pocket that we both draw from. So I'm okay with that. And then we both save some or whatever. But so, I mean, guys, you could say that's 50-50, but not really, because to me, it doesn't matter who made what money and how much, because we don't make the same. But it's just from that bowl, So I don't know if 50-50 is really, it's just, I think both contributing. That's my main goal, is us working together in a constructive manner to where one person is not overworked and feeling like they're being used and abused. I've been in that situation. And the thing is, some people don't even realize they're putting you in that situation too. And some people do, and it's vindictive. Others are manipulative and don't even really know it, because maybe that was the way they were raised and it's normal, or they don't, or maybe we don't complain enough. Because I don't think sometimes women that we complain enough, we just do because we suck up easily. I don't feel, at least on the men that I have dealt with, I don't think that they tend to suck up hardship very easily. It's, you're gonna hear about it, oh, I stubbed my toe, you're gonna hear about it, meanwhile I'm sick and I'm just blowing my nose and keep it moving, that type thing. So I just, I go back and forth about kind of how I feel about that. But I just feel like as long as things are getting done and everybody in the group, whatever your group is happy, then that's fine. Because there are some people that are okay with a man not doing anything. They'd rather just not have that smoke of the drama of asking him to do something, and they are fine with that. And who's to say that's not right for them, but if you aren't happy in whatever dynamic you have, then so be it. Because I know I wouldn't be in that. Like, I met a coworker once. He said that he has never changed. He had 3 kids, and he said that he has never changed a diaper in his life. That's one of the agreements him and his wife had, that he would never change diapers. And he doesn't babysit. Is it babysit? He doesn't watch the kids by himself. And I'm just like, what? So she's always with the kids, or unless they're with a family member. If she has to go somewhere and there's no diaper changing on his part. And I'm like, okay, dude, bullshit. But hey, go right ahead with your bad self, If that's the dynamic you have, then so be it, I just was like, really? I was like, okay, change subjects. That's not my business, She wasn't complaining, so, I don't know. Alicia says, I tell my husband all the time when he starts with, well, my mom used to do this and cook dinner at this time. And I immediately tell him that I'm not his mother. Exactly, right? I am not. Men are I'm telling you, watch some of the little short IG videos that talk about relationships, because you can only take it in short spurts, It's like history. You take it in short spurts. You think on it for a little bit, I started changing some things in the dynamic in my household based off of some of those relationship videos coming into my little DMs and feeds and stuff on IG. And it's been for the better. I feel like I'm much more copacetic, and I feel like both my husband and I are less stressed, because I'm not putting that stress of expectations that he's not going to meet on him, so it's a work in progress and not overnight, but just food for thought if there's certain dynamics that, maybe you'd like to change, But yeah, we are not his mother. But it was very interesting how it said that men are seeking their mothers so they could remain boys. I didn't marry a boy. I don't do certain things with boys, okay? So we're not boys. I'm not looking for a child, okay? So get it together and get the hell out. That's how I look at it, okay? Christina says, sometimes I remind myself I love him. Sorry, we lost power. Oh, well, I'm glad you're okay. I hope that there's not some circuit breaker or something. Check your clocks. Not that we have those very much. A lot of people have like digital stuff, so it automatically resets. But yep. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, well, hope everything's okay. Internet takes longer to come back on. Yeah, I get you. Sometimes you got to go back and reset those lamps too. Yeah, y'all. What's that in between? There's males, there's females. Let's go in between. Can we have somebody that's between male and female? Okay. They switched out the meter. Oh, put in one that makes it so we don't have to call in when we lose power. Oh, that's interesting. Saving them money. AI technology coming to the rescue. Okay. Alicia says, oh no, between now and the end of the year, it will be crazy anywhere you go. Exactly. And I'm not a huge shopper. So yeah, I think I try to wait sometimes so my husband can go with me to get him out of the house. And he does enjoy some of the stores that we go to. I have to talk him off the ledge with some of the expensive things he wants to get. And that's another stressor. I would rather go to the store by myself, but I do like going with him to some places. Yeah, it's like I would definitely rather go during the day on days off to avoid the crowds. But we do venture out on the weekends every now and then so he can go with him. It's chaos. The one thing that always bugged me is when they say I have to babysit my kids. I'm like, what? You know what's funny? It reminds me of that Kevin Hart. I forgot what it was, one of his comedy specials. And he said, see, the thing is, I'm not qualified to watch my kids by myself. That never hit home more than anything that I have seen with guys. Hilarious, right? Bill said, my husband hates when someone says, oh, you're so nice babysitting your kids. He always says, last time I checked, these are my children and I'm a father. Surprisingly, it's mostly women who have told him this. I think us women sometimes do ourselves a disservice, y'all. Okay, this is a good topic. Do ourselves this disservice and some antiquated ideas. I've had women, like, I don't like what women are like, ooh, he's a good father because he takes care of his kids. What does that mean? I have never given a man grace because he is present in his kid's life. That's what they're referred to, being present. I come from a background where there's a lot of single moms, little small town. Let's not normalize that. Like, there's nothing wrong with being a single mom. Please don't think that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the idea that a man goes out and has a kid and leaves, right? That is not okay in any fashion. I understand it happens. We're product of a single mom here. It happens. It is what it is. That is definitely not the ideal for most women of being a single mom. Okay. It is what it is. You make the best of it, call it a day, right? But the idea that a man stays is supposed to be some sort of accolade for him, like a bonus. So you should just accept anything that he gives you or does because he's there. That is so not okay by any fashion. I don't get that. Okay. And that's for like single people where dads and mom are not together, right? But if you're in the same household, you should take care of your kids. That's who they are. So why are you giving you accolades that you're actually watching them because your wife had to go somewhere? Like, I don't understand that whole thing. Like, if she wants to take him, fine, but he's part of that too. People don't give women any sort of, ooh, you watched your kids today. But that's our patriarchal society where women still have certain traditional roles, just like, ooh, I'm going to call your mama. Why don't you call dad? Well, why is it schools immediately call her mama? I don't know. Chris says, that's one of my hangups about like that I always had about like having kids, things like that. It's a psyche that was in my head. Because when I was younger, I didn't want kids because I kind of had the psyche of how I grew up. And I got out of that. And then, God was like, hey, it's not part of your plan. So I was like, I'm roll. Let me go to happy hour, But that's one of those things in my psyche about raising kids that I've always had a concern about just how much responsibility is placed on women versus men, whether men are there or not. I don't like that at all. We should share that. And it's not normalized that we should share that. Even these conservative people in politics and stuff that preach that don't even live that. And that to me is crazy that all of these people preach this and idolize these people about conservative family values and all this stuff. And if you really look at many of these people's backgrounds, they don't even live that themselves. Okay. You have 3, 4 divorces under your belt. You got like 4 or 5 kids with different people, but then you look down on this lady who has 3 different baby daddies. What's the difference? You know what I'm saying? Hold up. Good thing about being a terrible cook is no one has ever asked me to cook for them. Hey, you know what? You know your strengths and weaknesses, okay? I'm an adequate cook. You're going to get an adequate meal. You want something different? You better get some hot sauce, get that Tony Chachere's or Lowry seasonings, or let's go eat out. Okay? I ain't never poisoned nobody. It is what it is, okay? But I'm smart and I'm pretty, so no, I'm kidding. But I'm just saying, we all have our strengths and weaknesses, okay? If I'm the bad, I was with a friend yesterday and she was talking about this. She said that she doesn't do laundry well. Her husband just immediately was like, nope, you can't do laundry. And he took it over. No questions, no problems. She's been married 20 years and said she don't ever do laundry. That is somebody that recognized a need for his household and stepped in to fill it. Okay. I don't like people that continue to complain about something I do bad, but then you are not going to step up and do it. Then stop complaining then. If you aren't going to step up and help, then just let me cipher through it. Don't waste my time, okay? Alicia said it's very true, Christina. I have to raise my kiddos, not the husband. His mama should have done that. Exactly. But they do bust though. Sometimes they dupe you, I wonder if lesbian relationships or, queer relationships, let's just say in general, have some of these same issues, okay? But yeah, spouses dupe you until they get you. They recognize you are a goodie, right? They're like, ooh, she's a good one. Alicia, Christina, and Mel are on point. I can't let somebody else have that. So they dupe you. And then they pull the okie doke. It's happened. It happens all the time, okay? They dupe you. Then you just argue until somebody straightens up, okay? Lachette says, hey, just finished my book. Payback's a Witch. This was better than I expected. Awesome. I hope that you enjoyed Payback's a Witch. All right, I'm going to look that up, but I want us to get through these comments so we can get through the next Payback's a Witch. So we can get to the next. Well, hell, I already pulled. Oh, I like the cover. First book in the Thistle Grove. Hometown, Magical Hometown, Revenge on the Ex-Boyfriend. Contemporary rom-com with a cozy autumnal vibe featuring a bisexual romance and focus on love, family, and self-discovery. Okay. That sounds kind of fun. I'm going to... There we go. Okay, I did a screenshot. I'll look at it further. Okay, there we go. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed that book, Miss Lady. Christina says, for my eldest, I was a single mama, but when his dad spent time with him, that was not babysitting. Exactly. That is not babysitting. That is fulfilling your duties. And you better be paying child support. Lachette says, it was more crazy for me for school to threaten to call my dad. See, if you have the spouse in the life and a dad that makes it known and stuff, it's a different ballgame, and that's good. That's good. That means dad was doing a job, okay? Putting you in line there, okay? A lot of times, though, it's one of those automatic, I'm calling your mama. Because dad, a lot of time, is not present to even know if he's around or not. Because it don't necessarily mean that dad's not in the person's life, Flurries have stopped and the sun is out. Ooh, more flurries for you. Not coming this way, okay? Not coming this way. But I am glad that it is not snowing, okay? Chris says, I think it was a society called out men. I think if we as a society called out man children and stopped being so hard on women, we would not be in this mess. The country loves to excuse spoiled men babies. They do. But you know what? Our country is run by spoiled, privileged men babies, and they're not going to call out their own. Historically, men do not seek self-help. I'm going to say that. They do not seek self-help in the personal flaws arena. Business, work, things like that, on point. Personal flaws, I did something wrong, I hurt somebody's feeling. We're not worried about that. That's not their. They have to show feelings. They have to show empathy. Okay, not gonna do that. Yay for finishing. Christina says yes. My husband will do that. My husband does the laundry and then folds. There are some chores that my husband does because that has the military standard of doing certain things, and I don't just wing it. I like that. I agree with that. I personally agree with that. Yes. Do it to a certain standard and do it well. Share responsibilities. You know your weaknesses and strengths. Lachette says, I found out about reading. It is now a series, though it seems to be a bunch of standalones. This one wrapped up its plot point. Perfect. Okay. That's my whole spiel earlier of standalones. Okay. I got a screenshot. I got like 3 screenshots of books I have to further look into today. So that's pretty good. I like it. My dad is a cook in the household. He genuinely enjoys it, and my mom doesn't, though she knows how and cooks well. You know what? It's shared responsibilities just in case she wanted to. But it's the idea that he's taking responsibility of something. Sometimes people don't take responsibility of something at all and then just complain. So I like that he's taking responsibility in a role. And even if that's the only thing that he really takes over, that is something. But you know what that also does is that it builds like a sort of kind of like a memory or something for your kid to say your dad did something. You know, like there's people that you ask, hey, what was the key thing that your dad did growing up for you? Some of them can't even tell you. It's like dad didn't have any sort of like key thing that like stood out for you that made you, you know, like cooking with dad or something like that. Some people don't have that. They're surprised. This is our next sprint because I'm going to eat this snack. Too many women support these men babies instead of telling them to hit the road. They will protect the man baby. That's true. And that's why they continue, because if we don't do it and they're really not trying to grow up, somebody else will. There's always somebody kind of that's going to coddle that behavior though. But I think it takes a catalyst of something for a man to really kind of grow up if he doesn't want to. Women too, but we're talking about guys. You know, sometimes if he really loves you and cares about you and you really leave or say I'm leaving, you'd be surprised how they straighten up. It sucks it takes that, but it does. Okay, y'all, here we go. We got 4 foods, okay? I like these too. Number 1 is a bucket of chicken. I'm already going to choose that. Number 2 is a taco. Number 3 is I'll just say a basket of fruits and vegetables. Or is it just fruits or just vegetables? It's not a cornucopia. I'll just say a basket of vegetables. And number 4 is a hot dog. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Okay. So let me know. Is that quick? Yeah. Which one that you would like? I'm going to like cliche and say a bucket of fried chicken because I wouldn't mind some right now. Lachette says, growing up, lots of people were surprised my dad was around and still married to my mom. They were about to celebrate 40. Oh, that's awesome. That's beautiful. That's a lot. That's a long time. That's a long time. But I love it when people stick it out, you know? But it's sad that people are like, oh, I'm surprised y'all still together. Like, what is that? I don't get that. I really don't get that. Like, what? You thought that it wouldn't? To me, those are haterades, okay? But that also goes showing to society. And that's really prevalent in certain communities. I will say that. And I don't know if it's a stereotype or is perpetrated by people that are trying to make that a stereotype. But, you know, the idea that a dad is not around and that's the norm. And, ooh, you know, that's bad. That's bad. Dad should be around, okay? And it'd be nice if they're still together, but dad should be around in the kid's life if they father them, okay? In whatever fashion the relationship is. Christina says the veggie basket looks good. So does the fried chicken. But it's Tuesday and it's tacos. I already knew it was coming. I normally have some sort of taco on Tuesday, but we're not going to do that today. We're not going to do that. Alicia says number 3, all healthy and stuff. Okay, girl. Okay, I'm not gonna do that though. I'm gonna go with some fried chicken. Okay. Mel also says taco. Okay, man, we got healthy and we got tacos. Okay, I get you. Any hot dog lovers in the business? When we were young, my mom was a stay-at-home mom. I like that what do they call that? Not analogy, acronym. I've never seen that one before. So people were surprised when my dad came to school things. He was usually at work during the day. Let them be surprised, girl. Let them be surprised, okay? Show them what men are supposed to be doing, okay? Taco Tuesday all the way. Okay. Okay. So we gonna get out of here and get our food race on. Last sprint. Okay. Happy reading.
Chicken wins the day. Booyah. Yeah, okay. Tacos is not where it at. I think maybe this Taco Tuesday needs to go into Fried Chicken Tuesday. Who's with me on that one? Okay, who's with me on that one? Although I think I will probably having probably hibachi for dinner. How did that sprint go for everybody? That was the last sprint. Good times on that one. I'm glad I have a racing winner at the end. Okay. So what did I do that sprint? I started looking at some stuff for Boot Camp Readathon. I mentioned this earlier. I will go ahead and mention it again that I am getting together Boot Camp Readathon. Readathon hosted in January. I believe I'm going to do just the first 2 weeks of January. You know, it takes 2 weeks to make a habit, right? So Boot Camp Readathon will be in January 2026. If you're interested in being a co-host, message me on IG. Or let me know here, and I will kind of add you to the list and send you some information just in general, you know, as I put it together, okay? Very simple, not competitive against it yourself, no login books, all that jazz. You know, it's a good time. It's a good time. It's about getting your mental, physical, everything together and pairing it with some books, okay? You tailor it how you want. So I did do that, and then I did 2 book reviews, and then I realized that my computer is going a little bit too slow with too many tabs open. So I stopped that, and then I went ahead and started a crock pot meal. And now I'm having some tea. So that has been my sprint. Very productive today. I've gotten some things done. So I can't be mad at that at all. Let me know about y'all, okay? How's your reading? I saw we had one book that was finished earlier in the chat. Anybody else finish some books and all that stuff? Let me know. Okay, so Lachette was saying Taco Tuesday all the way. Okay. You can still have tacos, but chicken was the winner of the day. Lachette says, it was a stereotype of the times, especially in the inner city. Oh, that dads weren't around. I get it. But it's been overused since then. Exactly. Okay. Fried chicken looks good. It does. Maybe they put some seasoning on it. I'm not sure. Lachette says, starting another book, Candace, the Universe, and Everything. What is that? That's not that Candace Owens book, is it? Candace, the Universe, and I don't want to get off this tab here because I was typing an email or a message. Okay, let me know what Candace, the Universe, and Everything is about. Okay, I'm curious. UAU Courtney. Okay. Don't know what that means, but yay. Alicia says, wow. Fried. Oh, okay. Yeah, for the chicken. Yes, I did choose the chicken. I don't think anybody else chose chicken, did they? Many people were rooting for the tacos or the vegetables, trying to be healthy. I get it. Healthy and festive. I went for the opposite. It paid off. Christina said fried chicken sounds good, though. It does. That was a yay. I figured that. Thank you. Y'all, I'm congested. You hear me trying to breathe and yeah. It's all up in here, y'all. Nasal. Alicia says, I sprint hopped and I did sprint hop too for Nick Galley. Sprint hopped and washed my house coat and moved the firewood from my car to the back porch for hubby to put away. Don't you love the firewood? Does your house run completely on wood, like from the fireplace or furnace, or do you have something else like central heating, air, and stuff? And what is your house coat made of? Is that like a robe? Because people say house coat, it means many things. I just think of a house coat as just an overlay that you wear generally in the house. Like a robe, there's like a sweater or just a jacket. What do you have? Let me know. My grandma used to say house coat all the time. Alicia says, boot camp, looking forward to it. Should be fun. I'm trying to get it together, seeing who wants to participate. Should be pretty fun.
I'm going to kind of simplify it on y'all end, which is always nice. And on my end, I think I'm kind of complicated a little bit, but I think it should be fun. We'll see. Book 2, Mama Christina says, thank you for hosting, Courtney. It's have a beautiful day. Thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. As always, it's been a nice Tuesday, a long Tuesday, y'all, but it's been very productive. Okay. I hope y'all have gotten good value out of it. Mel says, I didn't read that Sprint, was busy making coffee cake. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Okay. I'm not mad at the coffee cake aspect. Get some coffee with it later with a good book. There we go, right? Yay for boot camp. Yeah, I gotta get it to shape, y'all. Try to get it to shape as much as possible. You know, like I always say, my goal is to just keep moving. Okay. I don't strive for perfection. I'm not trying to be some fitness guru. I'm just trying to. My sister told me a long time ago, you got to keep moving in order to keep moving. And I took that to heart. So I try to do what I can. I try to be at least a little bit active each and every day. My goal this year has been to work on my arms. I will say that. I use light weights, but I do a lot of reps, but I am consistent with my reps. And I have definitely seen a payoff. I got the little pistols going on, and I'm excited. I've definitely seen my arms get a little bit bigger. So I want to kind of work on my lower body a little bit. You know, I haven't seen much difference despite things I've done. So, I've cut out drinking this month. Maybe that'll make a little difference. Started more squats. I don't know. As you get older, you gotta, you can't expect things to be like it was before. So for who I am, I'm trying to just, make things a little bit more pleasant for myself. But I've got no complaints. I actually had a very good compliment from a friend the other day. We went shopping and I tried on a dress and she was like, girl, your ass look good. I was like, thank you. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Alicia says, thank you for sprints today. Thank you for coming by. Much appreciated. And Christina wants you to do all the things: laundry, feeding yourself, med, stretch, hitting the like button, and subscribing. I think you should do all of those things. They all help you, and some of it helps me. Much appreciated. Oh, here we go. NetGalley. Okay, y'all. Definitely take a look. I know there are lots of options out there, so I appreciate you coming by here. And I appreciate, as a host for NetGalley, of you going by there and supporting. Remember, it's 24 hours a day for sprints. It's printed 24 hours. You have a lot of co-hosts, a lot of content, but definitely a lot of sprints. So if you're going to do anything, tag on to the sprints if that's the only thing you can do, okay? But right now you have Vanessa, who is sprinting. I believe Paula was there. I think I saw Kelly and someone else popped in right before I left. Okay, so you got a few people on screen there. Okay, so go ahead and show some love. But if you can't go now, like I said, 24/7, whatever time, you will have somebody available for NetGalley. Okay, thank you very much, Ren, for coming by. Much appreciated. Alicia says we have central AC and heat, but we also have a wood burning fireplace. Okay, that ought to cut down on the amount of energy it takes to actually heat the place with the wood burning fireplace. Plus, it's pretty. It's nice to sit in front of it and drink a little drink and have a little reading time. That'll be fun. Alicia says, my house coat is a long cardigan type sweater. Those are the coziest, aren't they? Oh, I love them. I love it. I have I used to at my other house. I wore that sucker out, y'all. I used to have a long sweater like that too. It was very old school. You probably saw me in sprints with it a lot. It was pink, but it got really ratty and started tearing and it had to go. I was like, it's not going to make this move. Right now I have just a little jacket, but you got to love a nice house coat. I'm telling you, I grew up with that. Alicia says, I got it at Bass Pro Shops. Of all places, my husband found it and thought I would like it. I love it. Look at that. Thinking of you. High five, hubby. I love that. Don't you love it when they bring home something that you weren't even thinking about? I'm just like, thank you. Much appreciated. Okay. Thank you, Mel, for coming by. Much appreciated. I'm actually in the process of typing an IG message about boot camp for you. Okay. So feel free to take a look at it in about 5 minutes, maybe. Alicia says, okay, here's your house coat. Okay, I'll take a look at that a little bit later. Definitely love a nice hot house coat, something just warm and cozy. Put it on a little hook and pop it up, especially with these cold days coming up. Whew. Like I'm kind of chilled sitting right here. And I just have on just a regular sweater, but we're going to probably leave the house very shortly. So then I'll be putting on a coat. Vanessa, Paula, Kelly, Allie, Anna, Akia. Oh my gosh. Okay. We got a whole party. Okay. Well, I can't join the party because I got things to do. I got to leave the house, but I have several things to do on the computer. So I'm going to be listening in when I get back so that I can be part of the party, but not on screen. But I'm going to have to check in before I leave. Okay. That's what I like to see. I think BookTube, I love collaborations like that. The more people on screen, the merrier, you don't get to as many chats or not chats, sprints, but it's a good time just seeing all your cool people on screen talking amongst themselves and with the chats. It's that comradeship. That's kind of what I joined BookTube for. So I really enjoy that. So it sounds like a good time. All right, y'all. I gotta take my congested tail out of here. I think I'm gonna go take a nasal decongestant or something. Well, it's been a good day. I hope that y'all had a good time here. I appreciate y'all all coming by today, showing me some love, and taking some time out of your day. Okay, so now take care and look at Nut Gallery November. I will be back, by the way, on Thursday, 1 to 6, I believe, will be my next sprint time officially. Okay, but I'll be in the chats at work and not at work. Okay, so y'all take care and stay blessed. Happy book reading.